Oh, see up in this corner, and when we do need like a break, we can pause it. Okay, but you don't have to.
Yeah. Sorry. I don't know, that hour just...
I totally understand.
I'm slow motion.
That's why we're starting a little late.
Thank you.
We're just going to take it slow and easy today.
We do have, I know, Andy is definitely, she's just running a little late. Oh, and I have my phone today. So if you want to give somebody else, I have another phone. So I'm just have technology.
Number?
It's going to be slightly different. It's my mom's phone, but I just swear on them. Okay.
Good morning.
Thank you.
I know we're all feeling a little bit behind, so that was just me. We're just going to take it slow and easy, and just be really gentle with ourselves. Let's start with the Teacher Seed Plant, found on page 14. We start with an Om. A soft and easy inhale. Exhale, Om. Sahana Bhavatu, Sahana Bhunatu, Sahavyam Kavavahai, Tejasvina Vahitamasuma, Vidvishavashai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. So the syllabus for today is coming around, but yesterday, during one of the breaks, I was talking to some of you, and it helped me to understand that there's a gap in your knowledge that I'm hoping to remedy. And the gap is that you don't know your Prakriti and Prakriti. Is that accurate?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, personal? Yes, your personal. Yeah. Okay. So, what I want, although the syllabus is out there, what I really want to start with is a deeper understanding of identifying characteristics in Prakriti and Vikriti. At some point, I would like to listen to everyone's pulse and give you my best perspective on what your Prakriti and Vikriti is. But that would take some time for a group as large as this. And I don't think we have quite enough time to do, for instance, certainly not everyone during one class or setting aside a time for that. So what I'm going to try to do is do about 3 people per class for the next 6 classes. Thank you.
Yeah,
You're welcome. You're welcome. But I think today will help to clarify, this portion will help to clarify a little bit more what your Prakriti and Vikriti is. Okay, so if you haven't already, please draw this chart in your notebooks or on a piece of paper. We are going to mostly focus on the body. Next weekend is facial hot stone. So we will dive deeper into the Prakriti and the Vikruti as seen in the face next weekend. So I'd like as much as possible for us to focus on the body and maybe the hair, but basically from the neck down. There's a couple misconceptions that I want to dispel before we go any further. And one is the concept that people who are prone to gaining weight are kapha prakriti. Kapha prakriti is very rare in our culture. In the American culture, I would say maybe 15%, tops 20% is there a kapha dominant part of the population. So kapha is the primary dosha of a person. We are mostly a culture of pitta and vata.
Is there a specific culture that stands out as being more?
So this is a generalization, and
Right.
please keep it as such. There's this football player, and I know of him because he is this stereotypical kapha body. He is Polynesian. I think his name is Troy Polamalu.
Mm-hmm.
Polynesian.
Samoan, definitely.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Polynesian, Hawaiian, Native Hawaiian, Samoan. They are in general a kapha culture and have lots of kapha predominance. This is a generalization. Maori,
Yeah.
yes. Indigenous cultures seem to have preserved some aspect of kapha being part of their culture, and it actually shows up in their prakriti. American culture used to be different, even 2 generations ago. My grandfather was a kapha individual. He was tall, he was strong, he had the stamina of 15 horses, he had enormous hands. If he ever played basketball, he could palm a basketball. He did not. He was a farmer. He was calm, he was focused, he was deeply connected to the earth. He was the salt of the earth, which is a classic description of what a kapha individual is. So they're hardworking and they have the capability of being hardworking without compromising their health. That's not true for pitta and vata individuals. So we have a tendency, because American culture is so focused on looking a certain way, being thin really seems to be a beauty standard of American culture. Many of us, including myself 20 years ago when I started studying Ayurveda, thought I was a kapha individual, thought my prakriti was kapha. And the kapha qualities are beautiful. Calm, grounded, serene, generous, kind, loving. But those qualities are in all of us because we all have kapha in us. And they are the qualities we long for. They are the qualities that we want to embody and that we hope to cultivate in ourselves. It doesn't mean we're kapha predominant. So, many of us do have a kapha imbalance, which shows up as excess weight. The difference between kapha prakriti and kapha vikruti is the way that it shows up in us physically. A kapha individual is perfectly proportionate. Think of Troy Polamalu. Am I saying the thing right?
I believe so.
Okay. I think Clay Aitchison is another football player who embodies kapha. So football fans, please help me out here. Okay, see, he looks like a Viking. Like if you could imagine what a Viking, he is just tall and broad, and he just looks really strong. Not the football players who have the big bellies. You know,
Jason Momoa, the actor.
Yes,
Momoa.
Jason Momoa.
Oh my God, stop.
Yum.
Okay, ladies. I'm feeling ya. Adele. Adele is a perfect example of a kapha woman. She's proportionate. She's a big woman. Oprah, when she's in her, not her thin phase, but in her what's a more natural phase for her, she's proportionate. She has hips. She's got a waist. She's kapha. She's probably tridoshic, I would say. If I had to pick her prakruti, I would say that she probably has all three in equal proportion. Because she's super smart. She has built an empire for herself. That is pitta. Through and through. Her physical form is very kapha. She's deeply spiritual. That's kapha. Okay. So that's actually a great place to start. The kapha physical manifestation of prakruti is large. A kapha person is large. They are often tall. They are proportionate and well built. Kapha vikruti, excess weight. So, Ayurveda doesn't talk about weight. Ayurveda talks about balanced doshas. You know that there are classic Ayurvedic texts in which these things are all discussed. Never once is it, well, you know, you need to have a BMI of 26 and, you know, a woman at 5'5" needs to be between 1. There's none of that. It's balanced doshas. But if, for instance, we have a big gut that is disproportionate to our body, that is excess weight. That is kapha. And there's other places. I carry a lot of weight on my thighs. There's other places that we carry weight that is disproportionate. Arms, face, the rest of our body. So the kapha predominant individual is large, but proportionate. They are typically strong. And typically have incredible stamina. Which is why football players are a great example. They have to work really hard to be in the kind of shape they're in. And they can. They can do it. Can anyone think of any other kapha traits?
Sorry, I have a question. Sure. So this is how we are naturally or at our... How do you determine...
Vikruti is balanced. Vikruti is out of balance.
I cannot block.
Is that okay? You're welcome. So these are the predominant qualities. So someone who is a predominant kapha person, you will see these qualities.
Is the Vikruti always negative? Like, would a Vikruti kapha person be like superhuman strong or no?
No.
So it's just
So there's something called SARA, S-A-R-A, and that is when anyone has been blessed with a particular excellence in certain qualities. So superhuman strength, that it is kapha quality, but it's related to, say, the muscles. So mamsa, which is the Sanskrit word for muscles, mamsa sara is that superhuman strength.
So you can relax.
okay, but it wouldn't be considered a
No.
skill.
No. For instance, there are people who have like gorgeous hair, like incredibly gorgeous hair, thick and soft and rich, and they're not necessarily kapha individuals, but they have this sara quality to them, and that is related to the bones. So they have asthma. So it's like a particular strength that they have. And we can also look, there are people who just have weaknesses in particular places. Great question. The other physical qualities of a kapha individual.
Round face.
Round face. Yeah. Yeah. So their body type tends to be rounder. Lots of curves. You might even say voluptuous, which is Adele, and the guy from Game of Thrones,
Jason Momoa.
Jason Momoa. He has a voluptuous body. It tends to be curvy. In contrast, a Vata Prakriti person tends to be rather angular. A Pitta person is somewhere in the middle. Also, a Vata person tends to be a little bony. Like their joints are a little bit more protruding and obvious. They tend towards thinness. They are the classic string beans. You know, you have those people in your life that are a string bean. They're thin, they're kind of willowy. That is a classic Vata Prakriti body type. Thin, slender. They tend to have flatter muscles. Whereas Pitta people and someone who has Pitta quality muscles tend to have really toned, even if they don't exercise or work out, they tend to have like nicely toned muscles. A Vata person is generally an extreme in terms of height. They're either short or tall. They're not usually average. There are exceptions to every rule. A Pitta person is very medium. And that is in the context of that person's birth family. So, for instance, I'm thinking of one individual. He's a man. He's 5'6". We might think that's kind of short for a man. His mom is 4'9". His dad is 5'8". His sister is 5'2". So he's average. So looking at it in context of your birth family, especially for height. I'm very average. Everyone in my family is about somewhere between 5'4" and 5'7". My dad's 5'10". You can expect males to be a little bit taller than females. So everything about Pitta is medium. People used to look at me and say, "Oh my gosh, you're so skinny." Like, I'm not particularly thin. I'm average. I'm not particularly heavy either or large. But that's part of what gets lost in the cultural translation of body image in our culture. Average, not thin, not large. Can you think of, you've read the manual. There's lots of information about what a Pitta person looks like physically, what a Vata person looks like physically. Can you conjure up?
And if someone undergoes a lot of change, like lose a drastic amount of weight and starts working out, that doesn't change.
That doesn't change, no. Although a Vata person tends to lose weight very easily under stress.
Okay.
So imbalance can lose weight quickly. And become easily emaciated. Everyone know what emaciated means?
Mm-hmm.
Depleted, thin to the point of unhealth. And I'm not just talking about anorexics here. I'm talking about people who are stressed out and don't eat, and their body continues to digest a kapha imbalance. Just like excess weight is a kapha imbalance. Pitta can go either way. Pitta can lose weight easily, or can lose weight easily. Yeah,
It can really, opposite is tend to be kapha, right?
no,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, absolutely. Luciano Pavarotti. I'm not doing a no sense, but he is a kapha. And he's got that round face, but you know, he's got some too. Make him bald. So even when balanced, Pitta men tend to be bald. There is so much heat there. It's just burning the hair off. Bald or receding hairline. Vata hair tends to be kinky curve. Pitta hair, in terms of color, always tends towards red. Red, strawberry blonde, auburn. You get a Pitta on your hands if you have one of those copper penny redheads. Without a doubt, that person is Pitta. Kapha? Anyone remember what kapha hair
Dark,
tends
thick,
to be like?
shiny, dark, right? Brown.
It tends to be
Wavy.
really thick and wavy. It is voluptuous hair. Pitta hair tends to be lustrous. It often has too much oil in it in our culture because we shampoo way too much. So that could be considered an imbalance. But it tends to be lustrous. Vata hair does tend to be darker. Thin. A slight imbalance would equal frizz. My letters are frizzy. What about the emotional qualities of a balanced Vata person? And please refer to your books. Your books have quite a bit of information about the qualities of the doshas. Emotion. Yeah. So for instance, a kapha person tends to be very steady.
Those angry. We get joy, freshness, alertness. So we have a balance, happiness, joy, freshness, and alertness. For the Vata, right? For each.
Joyful, fresh, alert. How about a Pitta? They are fiery, but what does fire equal emotionally?
Lively.
Lively.
Warm.
Warm. You know, have you ever been around someone that you just felt like you were in the sun when you were with them? That's a Pitta person. They're sunny. They tend to be pretty happy people. Although all of us are happy when we're balanced. Anything else?
Pitta, healthy Pitta, very like bold.
Bold.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's an element of fearlessness.
Yeah.
Maybe the people who go skydiving for fun. It sort of segues right into the mental aspects. The mental aspects of Pitta: organized, smart, sharp, able to see things really clearly, focused, receptive. I'm going to just come back to the emotional qualities for a second. A Pitta person tends to spread out. They want to connect with other people. Like Oprah, she's created an empire. She has spread out, spread her name and fame everywhere. So there's this spreading quality. It's the oily part of Pitta. So spreading the name, their reputation. This is all in your books. You can fill in more later if you want. The mental qualities of a balanced Vata person.
Creative.
Creative. The air and ether quality helps them to be able to just tap into outer space, to the ethers, to the muses, to be deeply inspired and creative. They can understand, Vata individuals can understand things that are very etheric. So the non-tangible, I remember my friend was taking a class in college and talking about a cheesecake and time and space, and I was just like, what? You know, like there's this grid, this three-dimensional grid, and there's numbers, and I'm like, oh boy. That's a very Vata quality, is this ability to access information that is in the ether, that is very airy, that is non-tangible. Whereas the Kapha and Pittas are kind of like, I need to see it and feel it to make it real. The Kaphas want to build things. So intangible understanding. A Kapha person's mind is like an elephant. It might work slowly, so the Vata person can move very quickly, understand things very fast. And so can the Pitta. But the Kapha person, they will move slowly, physically and mentally, but they will retain it forever. I have very low Kapha. I have to refer to notes all the time. My retention isn't great. That can also be an imbalance, but it's also just part of being a Vata or Pitta person. There's sort of this, and this helps to determine someone's Prakriti. So Vata will answer first, but they'll be wrong. Pitta will answer second, and most likely they'll be correct. Kapha will answer the question last, but be completely accurate. So, first but wrong. It's a Vata quality. You want to add anything? This is your chart. Okay, we'll move on to the spiritual. Does anyone have a guess about the Vata Prakriti individual?
Very spiritual.
Very spiritual. Most likely to attain enlightenment. Because they're connected to the air. They're connected literally to spirit, out in the ether. That is a person. They're passionate. They're passionate believers. Or it can go one of two ways. They're atheists. Sometimes agnostic. Because they rely on their intellect. They can turn into zealots. And be extremely self-righteous. Not qualities we want to see in ourselves, but they're there. A Kapha person tends to be a nature worshiper, tends to be a pagan, tends to believe in the god and goddess of earth. So can you see yourself in all of this?
Yeah.
The unbalanced Vata.
May I ask you a question?
Sure.
Is it also possible that you may have your Prakriti, but in the imbalance, there are improvements to, so that if you go out of balance, maybe you work really hard at an area of yourself, so you're out of sync with your Prakriti, but it's an improved imbalance.
Give me an example.
Well, if somebody works really hard in an area, say they're more Vata and they're etheric and they really, really want to get grounded and work really hard at that because they want to.
Sure.
So they may appear to be over there, very grounded like a Kapha.
Uh-huh. Well,
but it's out of balance for who they start out as.
The thing to remember is that we are all of these.
But still a stronger identification, even though a person can remember where they started.
Well, for instance, a Vata person who is deeply spiritual, we'll say they're predominant, predominantly Vata. Their Vata is, as we discussed yesterday, 3. So they have Vata 3, so they're a deeply spiritual person, but they still have Kapha 1. So even though they're not Kapha predominant, they still have Kapha as part of them. It's got to be a part of it's our bones. We're not here on the planet without having all 3. So while it may not be their strongest quality, they're still going to be grounded. The problem with a Vata person and living on this planet is that Vata goes out of balance very easily. So it's very easy for any of us to feel ungrounded.
What if you feel more grounded?
More grounded than what?
Then how you once recall, and I think age, we mature. So we're maturing, we're developing.
Sure.
And so as we develop, we can almost, I mean, I would say I probably start out very much Vata.
Okay.
Okay. I relate a lot to Vata.
Okay.
But I feel like I've become more Kapha.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Much more so.
So we were talking about this
Yes.
individually yesterday. So one of the things that happens to us as individuals is that our body is exceptionally wise. And our body will actually create imbalances to keep us in balance. Our body will create imbalances to keep us in balance. A great example of this is a person who gains weight because they are ungrounded. The weight is there to act as ballast for them. Say they're staying up late, they have a lot of stress, they're driving a lot, they're talking a lot. All of these things are unbalancing Vata. Okay? The body, in its wisdom, will say, "Oh, you gotta slow down, honey. You gotta have some grounding here, or else you're just gonna float off like a helium balloon." So the body, in its wisdom, says, "Let's put on 20 pounds. Let's put on 40 pounds," depending on how busy, how stressed out, how much is going on here, how imbalanced your body is. So the body always wants to keep us balanced. So it will occasionally do things like put on weight to say, this was a huge challenge for me. In my 20s, I probably weighed about, I don't know, close to 200 pounds, which is a fair amount of weight for a person my size. Hence, I thought I was Kapha. I had a Kapha imbalance. But why the Kapha imbalance? Because I was crazy stressed out. I moved 12 times in 6 years. In this period of time when I was overweight. 12 times in 6 years. I had 3 different jobs in 2 years. I had 4 different boyfriends. Like, my life was constantly in motion. I was driving half an hour back and forth to work. Then I went to massage school. I was driving an hour and a half back and forth to massage school. My body was like, "Oh, no, you need to slow down, sweetie. You need to stay connected to this earth." What I do now to keep me grounded, because I'm driving an hour and 15 minutes here and then home. I talk for almost 6 hours. What do I do to stay grounded? I have a sandbag. I do super slow yoga. I don't get in the car and get on my phone. I don't talk to anyone. I get home and I'm like, I don't even talk to my husband. So we find ways, if we if the weight is not part of our karma anymore, we find ways to ground. If that's the cause of the kapha imbalance, we find ways to ground so that the vata doesn't push things around. And that's the challenge. Vata wants to just move around, and it will mess stuff up. But mostly, it's vata. Mostly what all of us, including myself in this room and not in this room, need to focus on is balancing vata. Just a second. Because vata is going to push pitta. What happens when you add air to fire? More fire. Right? Vata is going to push pitta hotter. And then kapha is going to come and be like, oh, we got to cool everything down. And we got to get it down to the ground. So you have all of your imbalances happen, I would say like 90% of the time because of vata. So while I may not be able to listen to your pulse today, you cannot really go wrong if you think about vata, balancing vata. If you're a pitta individual and have too much fire, you don't want to do all the warming things that you might do for vata. But you do want to do the things that are gentle, soft, relaxing. They seem like they're aggravating kapha, they're not. Again, your books have this information. So I'm not going to go deeply into vata management because you can read. Megan, you have a question?
I was just making a connection about how interesting it is that people who are overweight think that they have this mindset of needing to move more. And then they struggle with that weight loss.
Worse.
Because I've actually seen it in my own life where when I finally realized that I just needed to slow down, the weight just melted off of me.
Exactly.
And I was happy. Whereas I had struggled with my body and pushed myself through these intense workouts and this and that, and was gaining me. And yeah, it's just really fascinating to me, that connection.
It goes against, and this is our culture again. It goes against what our culture tells us.
Yeah.
Eat salads. The worst thing you can do for vata. Imbalanced vata.
Yeah.
Exercise more.
Yeah.
Oh, the worst thing you can do.
So
It's slow down.
Stress.
Take the stress away.
Sleep better.
Sleep. Do restorative yoga. Don't be doing the hot yoga. It's so depleting. Do the gentle, restorative, kind yoga. And then you might feel like doing a down dog or sun salutation. But go ahead and do that. But just be mindful of where you're overexerting.
So at different times in our lives, we will require very different balancing techniques.
Absolutely.
And if we, like most people, start to go out of balance very early in life, or we're trying, your environment, your family life, your constellation, family constellation, all of that tends to immediately, it seems, and I came from what I thought was a very balanced household, but now I'm looking back and thinking, in its own way, it really, turned me all around. So I might have believed certain things about myself, which would make me feel one or the other. But so,
and maybe that's why you didn't feel grounded.
Yes.
Because you didn't come from a grounded place.
Yeah.
And so you had to cultivate the quality of groundedness in yourself.
Yes.
Because you weren't connected to it in your birth family.
Interesting.
Yeah.
We all have those stories, I'm sure.
Yeah.
We all do.
Yeah.
In some form. So when we're as practitioners, how do we even begin to be able to? It's so
For someone else,
yeah.
work on yourself first.
Okay.
Absolutely. Because the more, we were talking about this yesterday about experimenting on ourselves with things, with Ayurvedic, skiing, whatever it happens to be. Experiment on yourself. Be sensible. Like, don't do anything crazy radical, but just try it out and get to know yourself. Like, it is an incredible journey, and it will teach you so much if you can know yourself better, which is why we're doing this today, because I want you to know yourself better and then be able to experiment wisely. Some of your experiments may not turn out so great. But then you'll know if it happens to a client, you're like, oh,
Yeah.
oops. Or they did it on their own and you're like, oh, you know the way to fix it really quickly. So getting to know yourself, and then we can see it in others. And then, if we've had compassion for getting to know ourselves and acceptance, then when we go out into the world as practitioners, but just as human beings, it's a lot easier to have compassion and acceptance for people who are crazy vata deranged. Be like, oh, instead of being in my pitta self completely annoyed at the flaky person who's now missed their third appointment, I'm like, oh, you know what? She's really vata deranged. We gotta work on that. Like, maybe she needs more homework between sessions. Maybe I need to call her the morning of her appointment rather than the confirmation the day before. Whatever it happens to be. And having compassion for that person, because it is not a comfortable way to live. And you will all know that because you have experienced it. You've experienced being overweight, for instance. So you know that it's uncomfortable. And you can have compassion for the person who is, if you're no longer overweight. Or I should say, at a weight that you're happy with, that you feel balanced with. And that goes for all of the imbalances. You're no longer such an angry person. Like, my mother used to call me the little volcano because I would erupt with crazy anger because my pitta was way out of balance. Because we were eating tomato sauce 5 days a week. Like, how would it not? I was having orange juice every morning. Like, how could it not be out of balance? Peanut butter sandwiches for lunch. Like, I was a nut. And now I can spot it. Someone's flipping out. I'm like, curry, extra spicy. So we get to see it as a reflection of ourselves. We get to heal it as part of ourselves, and then we get to go out into the world and share it. Let's talk more about imbalances. We'll get the anger covered. Vata, emotional imbalances.
Fearful.
Fearful. Oh my gosh. Fearful. But also the less dramatic, nervous,
Anxious.
And that's a quality that often will also make a person gain weight. Because there's this like low level anxiety going on. Very destructive. The body wants to like fill it up. Anxiety. Worry is more of a pitta quality. If the pitta person is thinking about things, they're ruminating. That conversation that happened 3 days ago, they're still thinking about it and things come back. Oh, does that ring a bell? Kapha person just doesn't care. Empathy. Oh.
apathy.
Is there a plug back there? No. It's like the only spot
any
in the
others?
building
Yeah,
that doesn't have.
Sadness. Depression.
Maybe in break time we can see if it'll route that way better. Try that next
I mean, sadness as it relates to grief is a natural human emotion. It's not anything out of balance. But yeah, sort of like the doldrums. It's a very emotional imbalance.
It also says attachment, greed, and possessive
For kapha,
for kapha.
they want their things. You know, those like bajillionaires that need to accumulate forward. It's an imbalance. It's a kapha imbalance.
So they're not normally materialistic, just when it's kind of balanced.
I don't think materialism is a balanced human quality.
Right, that's not.
So yeah,
Yeah, good.
I would say
exactly.
I would say materialistic
Right.
is an excellent description of kapha out of balance. Emotional quality. Yeah.
Anyways.
No.
Yeah.
When you take more than you need,
Yeah.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So you remember, well, I mean, nobody remembers it, but you know, like the Depression, and so like a lot of people grew up in the Depression, and they would take more than they needed because they had this idea like, well, famine might happen again
Absolutely.
soon. So that's like a situational thing. Would that be considered a kapha disorder?
That'd be that.
Yeah, I would say it's a multi-doshic imbalance, which is not uncommon. You know, it's that vata fearfulness and that kapha, you know, needing support.
Okay. It couldn't just be seen as like it's almost like smart, kind of. Like you learned like this happened, it could happen again. Like, you
Sure.
care.
Except that our culture, again, coming back to our culture, is that it's a very contrived way of living. Like, people live in cities and get milk shipped in and vegetables shipped in, don't grow their own. So apart from like times of famine, for instance, when hopefully there was a store, not hoard, but a storehouse of grains, vegetables. You know, it's why we lived in tribalism, because we all had something to give and offer. But because of the economic structure that is very unnatural, based on money rather than your ability to hunt or grow a vegetable or be a healer or a shaman or a caregiver in a community, it's not really a natural human way of living. So looking at that, you can apply an Ayurvedic lens to it, but also remembering that when Ayurveda was conceived, we lived very differently. Imbalanced mental qualities. Vata can be very flaky, forgetful, scattered, disorganized. I mentioned tired. Physically, Vata is very tired. To the point of fatigue. Organized, scattered, flaky, forgetful.
Hyperactive.
Hyperactive. Yeah. Pitta?
Obsessive.
Obsessive, that's a great one. Yeah. What else? I've heard some other voices.
Would OCD be a Pitta imbalance?
Yeah. I think so. The Pitta physical is inflammation. There's systemic inflammation. It's pretty pathological. It's easily pathological. We won't talk so much about that, but like hives, skin disorders, acne, eczema, psoriasis,
Inflammation.
general inflammation. Yeah. And these all have pathologies as well, but this is just so you can recognize it in any person. Sharp. I mean, it can be a good quality, but it can also be a terrible quality. Like a biting sense of humor. Ouchie. Sarcastic.
So sassy people are a little more.
Yeah, I mean, sassy is like, it's actually not a bad thing. So I think you could call that more of a prakriti, like someone who's just a little like feisty. Well, that's definitely it's a mental quality. So a feisty person. So pittas can be very unkind when they're out of balance. The last is like dull, slow, can't think. That can also be a Vata quality, like the fog, clouds. Vata is more like frozen water, inert earth thinking. Do you want to do spiritually? You'll need a break? No?
I was wondering about, could like schizophrenia be considered Vata spiritual? So I'm thinking of like, sometimes in like an episode, like there'll all be information and like all this stuff happening and really fast.
Schizophrenia has other things involved. But yes, I think like that form of mental illness is certainly a Vata imbalance. Maybe not so much spiritual, as because schizophrenia is also a physical,
Right.
emotional, and mental. So, and that's a good example of pathologies. It's when they cross over physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual to encompass the whole person. It becomes a pathology, regardless. And when multiple doshas and then the tissues get involved, it becomes not just an emotional, like I'm feeling a little anxious. Then that's where you start to see pathology. But we're talking about your basically healthy person, is gonna feel anxious when their Vata is out of balance. It's good information to know how the pathologies break down in terms of disorders across the doshas. Inflammation being a pitta. For instance, you've got your Crohn's disease. Well, that's Vata too. You've got your eczema, your psoriasis, your IBD,
You've got blood disorders. So knowing that and creating that in your health history form. So you can have lists of different pathologies in order of dosha. You can have all vata in one column and you can just look and see what their imbalance seems to be.
So pathologies are beyond, you could see them in terms of, but
They transcend imbalance. They have become imbalance magnified.
and can they be, I know this is a whole subject all its own, but as practitioners, have you worked with people with mental
illness?
Mental illness
Sure.
where,
It's tricky.
yeah.
It's tricky. Yeah, a lot of it does ultimately come back to balancing vata. Creating steadiness for vata dosha. Yeah. Staying away from sugar and caffeine does huge things for vata dosha. Huge things. It's okay. There's no judgment here. I don't have any judgment for any of you coffee drinkers right now. But it can aggravate vata very easily. And people don't like to hear that. That's the thing. It's like Ayurveda can be very unpopular if that's how you start out with someone. But if you start out with a massage, oof, you have a client for life. And then you can slowly introduce things like, ever thought about half decaf? Yeah, depending. But just being able to identify a person. Does anyone want to, so this is completely volunteer. If you want to come up in front of our class and we can talk about physically, emotionally, mentally, and spiritually what your prakruti and vikruti could be.
I'm so down.
Okay. So we will not be unkind to anyone, but we may talk about your body. So if that's okay with you,
Totally.
Okay. Come on up. You're the next contestant. Okay.
See.
It's good. You said yesterday glasses is vata.
Pitta.
That's so good.
So
Pitta.
my glasses,
Okay.
my eyesight is actually like not that bad. Like I can see pretty well without my glasses. I just wear them just because it's like I want to be able to see my best. Like I could drive without them, but it'd be kind of hard to read signs until I accomplish them.
Yeah.
It's not that bad, and it's for distance. That's strong.
But yes, eyesight. Eyes are one of the sites of Pitta.
Right.
So a Pitta predominant person, along with having red hair, might also have glasses, or in this world, contact lenses. You have to know.
I had red hair until I was like 5, and then it changed. It was like bright red.
Wow.
And I also was like, I was an outburst, lots of screaming. I had to go to a speech therapist because my voice was always hoarse from like screaming all the time.
Yeah.
But I kind of chilled out after a while.
So tell me about your family. Are they the same height as you?
My dad is like 5'10", yeah. My sister's 5'7". My mom's 5'4". I'm about 5'5".
So what can we ascertain about Laura's height?
Medium.
Pretty medium.
Yeah, and like size-wise, my mom is she's my height, but she's overweight, but she doesn't have a very large frame. My sister is she weighs a lot, but she's like a athlete, like triathlete, like works out really, really hard. But she might be a little more kapha. It's just like inherently her. And my dad is like a medium-sized person.
So what could we say, just based on the information we've just received? Hair color, glasses, and context of birth family.
I would say Pitta
Pitta
Kapha.
Prakruti.
Yeah.
Okay, see how like easy that was? Like that happened just like that. So what would be the secondary, the dosha that she has the most of after Pitta?
I would say Kapha.
Why?
Well, her sister, her family, her sister is very athletic but large.
Uh-huh.
You know.
And I've pretty much always been like overweight according
So it's
to
not-
like Western considerations, but it's very like steady. Like I gain weight easily, but I also like I don't lose it easily at all. So it's very like it's just kind of steady. I probably weighed the same for the past like 5 years.
How's your stamina?
When I was a swimmer, I was either a sprinter or a distance swimmer.
Uh-huh.
So I could either do like bursts of energy for a really short period of time, or it's very steady for a long period of time. So I have pretty good stamina, but as long as it's like not like very low demand.
Okay. So moderate. Let's see. Anyone else want to take a question
Yeah, questions.
for Laura about that would help?
Maybe what I
determine
know about Laura. So I would say
if
she's
there's anything too personal.
very. I think she's very intelligent and picks up on information and is organized.
So what's that?
Well, that's Pitta.
I would say Pitta.
But I also have like a freakish memory. Like I remember details.
Uh-huh.
I know like if I've ever heard your birthday, like I usually remember that. Like I remember a lot of like weird details, but I forget like I don't know things I'm supposed to do. I don't remember details. Yeah.
Okay, so we can say with, I think, a high degree of certainty that Laura is Pitta predominant in her Prakruti. I don't know about her secondary. I would say, like, I would tend towards Kapha, but I want to explore further. I want to ask more questions. I want to look at a checklist of, you know, how she digests food, you know, what she thinks and feels, all that sort of stuff. But right away, I can tell you she's a Pitta.
And I've been trying to figure mine out for, you know, since this started. And when we were talking about, I thought I had a Pitta imbalance. And then when we were talking yesterday and you said how you thought I was Pitta, I was like mad. So I was like, oh God, it has to be right. Like, no, that's not what I thought. Oh, no. Oh, man. But I think I have a lot of, and maybe it's cultivated, but I have a lot of like the emotional kapha qualities. But I'm also very creative, and I have a lot of different art mediums that I do. So it's like Pitta, like kapha, vata. But I don't know how far off.
So
they are.
that would be my guess, without listening to your pulse. My guess would be you are Pitta predominant for sure, and maybe you have Vata and Kapha in equal measure.
Okay.
As secondaries.
So, but it's not tridoshic. It's still like Pitta, and then like
Right.
yeah, cool.
Yeah. How about Vikruti? How about Laura's Vikruti?
I just want to add that I believe, as an esthetician, that Laura has Sara hair and skin.
Sara skin, not hair.
Sara skin, yeah, maybe because the hair is a little not as on the oily side as it would be if it was a Sara hair. But
What does that mean?
Sara is like exceptional.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's her special superpower.
The hair definitely.
Superpower.
The skin.
Yes.
No, I think the skin. Your hair is awesome.
Hmm.
Like, you have many fans here for your hair. But it's very Vata.
Yes. I see that I didn't get because I thought curly was like kapha, but I don't have oily hair. I don't have. It's not thick.
Yeah.
It's actually really thin, but it doesn't look it. It did used to be red.
Kapha is wavy, not curly. Loose, soft waves. I mean the stuff that like you really only see in shampoo commercials.
Yeah. And the skin thing, I always had really good skin.
Is it very soft?
It's soft. It tends towards dry, but as long as I moisturize, oil really helps. But I think going to the Vikriti Pitta imbalance recently in recent life because acne and redness. I get I'll even get like if I have a day where I feel like I'm really red, the next day I get these little they look like pimples, but they're not really pimples. Like it's almost like rosacea.
Yeah.
So that's definitely that's been happening lately.
Dryness and cold.
Are you having any constipation?
Oh, it's it's I tend more towards that. The constipation, like the vata kind of digestive problems where it's like one or the other. And
feeling any anxiety or worry lately?
Worry, not so much anxiety because I'm not fearful, but worry. Lots of thinking, fast thinking and ruminating a lot.
Tired?
Yeah. But insomnia. I'm tired energy-wise, but it's hard for me to sleep.
That's a very vata quality in terms of an imbalance. It's an overstimulated nervous system. There can be some pitta in that, but it's very vata.
Yeah, last night was the first night I fell asleep before midnight, probably a month.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so any guesses on Laura's Vikriti?
Laura, you're a research assistant for work, right?
Mm-hmm.
And how intense is that? Does that change your tempo, your internal tempo? Does it is the nature of the research such that it would increase your pitta?
Actually, so the nature of it typically is very I set my own pace, and deadlines are not really a huge thing. So work for me is I can go in and kind of just go at my own pace for the whole day. And if something isn't finished, it's totally fine. The last few weeks, I'm working on a project that has it's a project outside of my research group that has a deadline. And it's been every day is a lot faster pace. So the last 3 weeks.
And the material, is it disruptive to your emotion and psyche, or because I'm thinking that could affect.
It's a lot of it's very repetitive and doesn't really require a ton of mental power. So I can do it mindlessly. So I usually I listen to podcasts a lot, and sometimes they're I'll listen to really political podcasts. So and that's gets the pitta going. So I'm always have something playing. I never either music or podcasts or something, but I never will do my job without something playing because I feel I'll go crazy because it's so repetitive. Unless it's data analysis.
That says more about her prakriti than vikriti.
Yeah.
She likes mental stimulation. That's a pitta quality.
How are you if you're not working? How are you with silence? Can you have that?
It has to, for me to to be silent. I'm kind of a moving meditator. So I have yoga is one of the only times where I'm really not thinking about anything other than what I'm doing. The grounding meditations where it's you actually think about a certain body part or an image, I can do that. But if I'm sitting in silence somewhere, I'm thinking about a lot, nonstop, a lot of things.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's figure out, is she imbalanced in vata?
I think so.
Yeah.
So elevated vata? Can I get a show of hands?
You think she does? Okay. Yes, I totally agree. How about Pitta?
Yeah.
Can I get a show of hands? Elevated Pitta? Yes.
A little.
Yes, she does have elevated Pitta. Her Pitta is probably not as elevated as her Vata, though. Kapha?
I don't think so.
Body's compensating, maybe. We're all.
I think that, yeah.
Yeah.
Because my diet has changed, so it's like I expected because of my lifestyle that I would like naturally lose weight, but it's staying pretty stable. And I think a lot of that has to do with like the sleep and the stress.
And your lifestyle is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that
Yeah.
that's that.
So, good catch, Ivy. We think that there is a kapha imbalance, but it's due to probably Vata and Pitta, not necessarily an excess of kapha per se.
Yeah.
Sound good?
And we did a remembering this now when we did the doshic imbalances class in the AHC class with Karen, and we had a checklist of like just like physical things, and my biggest category was the light quality. That's
That will create insomnia.
mhm.
Absolutely. All right. So, would anyone else like to volunteer? I know Angela and Ruby
I
both
will.
had their hands up. Anyone else?
I will. Yeah.
Okay. So we are doing this to help us identify ourselves, Prakruti and Vikruti in ourselves. Okay? All right. So don't say anything. We're just going to take a look. What do you see?
Light colored hair.
Okay. How about body type?
Tall.
She's tall, but we don't know context.
But we don't know context. Yes.
We don't know the context of tall meaning.
Is her birth family
Oh,
all that height? Because that could be average. So, in terms of your birth family, if you know it.
Pretty much average.
Average.
5'6", and pretty much everybody is about that height. So
Okay. So average.
You look taller than 5'6".
I know. I was. I really.
I actually have short legs and a longer torso.
Oh yeah.
So that's where it gets deceiving.
Do you wear contact lenses?
I do.
Okay. Do you feel comfortable at the weight that you're at?
Sometimes yes, and sometimes no.
Mhm.
And it's taken me a while to get to that point.
Mhm.
I feel I can lose about 20 pounds, which would actually only put me at about 160 pounds. So based on my bone structure, if I go thinner than that, I look sickly.
Mhm.
So
So 160 is a comfortable weight for you.
for me, yes. But I'm not there right now. But I'm also comfortable where I'm at, but I've had to accept it more than choose it.
Yeah. Okay. When you're stressed out, do you tend towards anger?
Yes. Not so much at people, but at the situation.
Sure.
And I like to, I eat when I'm angry, or I don't eat. It all depends on the situation. I can go either or.
Okay. So take a guess right now. What's her dominant? Pitta? Can I get a show of hands? Her dominant dosha for her Prakruti? Pitta? Yeah, that would be what I would say. Secondary. Any thoughts? Requires more questions, I think, to determine a secondary dosha for her Prakruti. Any thoughts on a question that you'd like to ask?
When thinking about the proportions, what do you
see in Vata as being like a giveaway? Like I heard one lady describe that like the legs will be out of proportion to the like the and the arms and the torso. And
So the key word for Vata physically is irregular. So it's not necessarily like a Pitta person has a pretty nicely proportioned body. They don't have, so this is a little bit misleading because you just said that your legs were short and your torso was long. But looking at you, I don't see disproportionate.
No, I don't either. Yeah.
So she said disproportionate. You know, so we can't be fooled by that. We can't misperceive it. Like people will come to us and say, I'm really heavy. You're like, you're fine. So it's important to have a realistic view of clients and yourself too. So I don't see disproportionate or irregular here.
And like the angular, like protruding part, like
yeah.
I was noticed like your it's like a smooth line, like your wrist.
Yeah.
This doesn't like jut out.
There's no knobbiness.
No knobbiness. Yeah.
That's another part of Vata dominant constitution.
is there somebody like famous that you would identify as?
Oh, Michael Phelps.
Oh, he's
I haven't seen him.
Oh yeah.
He's
Yeah,
like
he's definitely-
freakishly disproportionate.
He might be tridoshic again because he has like an incredible amount of stamina and strength. But physically, he looks very Vata. He's got like the bent
Face.
nose, his chin's a little bit. Yeah, and I know we said we weren't going to talk about that, but his body is like he's long and thin, and he eats 6,000 calories a day.
But he's also an extreme
He's an
athlete.
extreme person. Yeah.
Right, but like
If he weren't an athlete, like
well, if you were eating, you know, say 1,500 calories a day and not exercising at all, he might still look exactly the same.
Yeah.
Is my perception of it.
Probably, yeah.
So, but he's very knobby, like his joints, they just kind of like protrude. And he's just got this like very classically Vata body. So, okay, the soccer player's wife, she was a Spice Girl.
Victoria Beckham.
Yes.
David Beckham.
So David Beckham's wife is Victoria.
There's a
She's
list.
like that whole twiggy
Yeah.
kind of like she's a whole thing, like, and that's bordering on emaciated, but she looks, she's got a very Vata,
I see.
cold.
Yeah.
She's very sharp.
Well, is that
Yeah.
a contrived thing that like
It's
you have
hard
be
to
careful with
tell.
how
Yeah.
Absolutely, but I'm trying for someone that we all know. But yes, of course, we would need to be careful because she, is an icon of
like
fashion
celebrities.
and beauty in our culture. So not necessarily realistic. But that's sort of Kate Moss. Someone said Kate Moss. Kate Moss is the same thing.
She's so cool. I love her.
Yeah.
Lots of models.
And that's also a quality. It's like very like seeming aloof for a Vata person, but not really. They're just like out here thinking about stuff.
I'm serious. Like, was it substance? Like, I'm so sorry. But with
That's an
substance
imbalance,
playing
of course.
Okay.
Yeah, and I listened to one of the media on substances and like drugs, are particular doshas and like imbalanced particular doshas, and certain vikrutis and prakrutis are drawn to certain drugs because of that. Yeah, so that's
No, it was so funny. I thought it was
that was very
but let's get back.
Yeah.
I think it would be tough to say just by looking at her without having a health history, without seeing a checklist, what a secondary. So I think it could go either way. I think it could go Vata or Kapha. I would need more information before I chose a secondary. No, let's talk about recruiting if you want to. If you're done. Okay. So imbalance. You want to self-identify what you think?
As far as my imbalances, I would say I can go to, I can say all of them.
That's a possibility.
Because I do tend to hold excessive weight. When I do get depressed, I do get all those, well, except for the hoarding. I'm a clutterer, but I'm not a hoarder.
That's by the way.
Is it?
Yeah.
Because it's out of
It's out of order.
Yeah.
Well, my clutter is organized. It's an organized clutter.
That's
Don't
very,
mess with my
then
piles.
that is even more pitta.
Yeah.
Don't mess with my piles. I know
I
what's
have
in
so
every
many
single one of my piles.
The two. Oh, yeah.
Like people used to come to my work desk and they'd be like, "How do you find anything?" I know exactly where everything is.
Yep.
Don't touch it.
That's a great example.
Are you tired?
Yes, but I also have a lot going on. So between work, school, and life in general.
Yeah.
I've never been a sound sleeper ever. So I probably get about maybe 5 to 6 hours of sleep a night.
Do you feel well rested when you wake?
No.
What's your question, Mom?
What is what would that be? You know,
Light sleeping?
Yeah, light sleeping, not really.
Pitta or vata? I'm thinking pitta.
Oh, okay.
For correct, but could be something else for someone else. So, anyone want to take a guess at what could it be? Vata, pitta, kapha, imbalance? All of the above? None of them?
I want to know what your ancestry is. Like
Nationality?
Netherlands, Nordic, Scandinavian, or
According
Irish.
to genealogy, Nordic, Middle Eastern. According to birth of my grandparents, I've got my grandfather's full German, my grandmother is Irish Italian, my other grandmother is full-blooded Russian, and my grandfather is Welsh.
I see power when I see
Yeah.
I see this power, you know, this kapha. That's why I'm having trouble. I understand the pitta nature, but I'm seeing like this kapha power, this strength. You know, I don't know, like,
So,
correct me.
you weren't, no, I don't need to correct you. You weren't here yesterday, and that was one of the things we talked about, was that a strong constitution doesn't necessarily mean kapha. So, yes, I see what you're seeing. I see strength.
Yeah. Power with the shoulders, you know, like I can carry the world.
And I do.
But that can be pitta.
Yeah.
Pittas are very willing to take responsibility for the tribe and lead.
And what was it that you were saying again about when one is just standing there? What is it that each dosha does? Like one will like be moving.
Yeah.
Fidgeting.
Like,
Yeah.
So,
So yes, Vata's going to fidget. But I mean, it's also, yeah.
but it's, that could be a
It's
Vikriti
also
thing too. And
situational.
it's just, it's like,
You know, she's
But I
standing.
can't sit still either. I'm always moving.
So again, like,
Whether
in
it's just
terms
my
of
hand or
Prakriti,
a leg or
I'm not sure what I would say for secondary, but Vikriti, Vata, Pitta, and Kapha. More Vata, more Pitta than Kapha, but all of them are out of balance. Yeah, well, I'm glad you agree. So address Vata first, and that, I think that goes, you're welcome to sit. I think that goes for all of us. Thank you.
How much does situational life experiences factor in, from past to? Yes. So how, when you just at at face value. You know, we see what we see and we can hear certain things, but we don't know the person's
Right.
levels of
And we
whatever
don't
it
always
is.
know a person's history, nor do we want to dive too deeply
Right.
into a person's personal history, especially on the first visit. It's how does the person respond? So you have two people in the same situation with the same prakriti. How do they respond to that situation? So something that seems sort of like common in our world, some kind of stress. Let me think about that for a second. So someone's feeling stressed out, we'll just say stressed out. How do they respond to that stress? Two people that are in all ways outwardly similar and have the same energy. One person might respond with fear, one person might respond with anger. And this is the tricky part of Ayurveda, is teasing that out. And so you don't necessarily need to know the specifics of a person's history, but knowing how they respond under stress.
So you're able really to, this is one therapy where you don't have to. It's
better if
great.
you don't.
Yeah, it's kind of because it works.
Because it works.
Even if you don't know all of that.
And it can address, so you can peel back the layers and address what's deep at the root of someone's life history experience just by knowing one piece of information, like how do they respond under stress? Do they collapse, which is a very kapha quality? Do they fight, which might be a very pitta quality? Do they respond with anger? And anger is a tricky one because anger can be directed inward. It doesn't have to be that classic type A raging lunatic anger. It could be a deeply internalized anger. So
I think fighting could be a difficult thing to look at because I'm a fighter.
Yeah.
But not necessarily an angry fighter.
Right.
Like, I mean.
Well, there's a difference between fighting for what's right, like fighting an injustice, and do you respond by snapping at someone when you're stressed out? You know, like that happens. You know, sometimes like there are moments when, you know, I'm a snapper, very occasionally, not all the time, but I'll just snap. And that's my pitta being imbalanced. And that's a tendency that's actually kind of new for me because I'm more of an internalizer when it comes to anger.
Is there anything that covers, and maybe all of this covers it, but people who tend towards drama, so low thresholds for things, is that fall into any category?
Well,
we're typically something could happen to each of us, but some will be
like reactive,
really so much more
yeah,
sensitive. Or
that I don't think is necessarily a prakriti so much as a vikruti.
Okay.
So an imbalance of particularly pitta and vata is going to create a drama queen or king. Gender biased. Yeah. So, and that too is someone who is very imbalanced. Someone who's reactive. We all know those people who, like, you ask a question and there's this drama about this question that only needed a yes or no answer. Right? Like,
okay, I'm one of them. Okay. No, I am. My daughter and I will be talking about something, and I'll learn through other people that she has been under enormous stress, and she just holds it. She just she'll tell me certain things like, "Mom, I'm stressed," or "Mom, I have this," and she'll walk in the room, and I'm like, I can't figure out this. I mean, every little thing does get blown up, and then I come back and I go, what was that? You know, but
yeah, That's your nervous system being out of balance. Straight up.
But some people, and I know other people too, where the little things, like I've handled an awful lot of, and in their experience, their experiences, they have maybe not. So proportionate wise, it seems that when they react so strongly to things that seem like non-issues to me, and it's throughout everything that they do, and myself as well. You know, it is that it's not even like a psychological reactivity. It's like it's coming from somewhere inside.
And that's why I say it's a nervous system that is overwhelmed and stressed out.
Yeah.
You know, because so if you think about it, there's a phrase like you're getting on my last nerve.
Yeah.
And that's how it feels. It feels like very irritating, and like everything is irritating.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like the whole scenario, whatever you're in, is irritating.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I think now we're ready for a break. Is that the case?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
I just have one.
Yeah,
question.
sure.
How often is it that you see a tridoshic person, like truly?
A truly tridoshic person? Not very often.
Is maybe they're like the superstars, like Oprah, like they.
Yeah, I mean, they are just regular people as well. No, seriously, I'm not being cheeky. I have a friend who's tridoshic. She's awesome. Like, she's a superstar in my life, you know, but she's tridoshic. But she just leads, like, you know, she's not an Olympic athlete. She's not Oprah. She's a health counselor, kind of like me. So,
When she goes out of balance, is it tridoshic crazy? Or is it like one or
she tends towards a kapha imbalance.
Okay.
But it's vata almost always kind of pushes the kapha imbalance. The thing about being tridoshic is that you can withstand imbalance better.
Yeah. And then the other thing, other than those, are karmic.
Mm-hmm.
And how common is that, and what is that?
Well, it depends on what you believe, of course.
Yeah.
If you believe in reincarnation, then I would say it's pretty common.
Mm.
So, like, for instance, Dr. Ladd, when he listened to my pulse and heard my heart dysfunction, he said it's karmic.
Mm.
What does that mean? So his specific answer to that question was, I took on the heartbreak of other people. So it's not necessarily something like I didn't have scarlet fever to damage my heart valve. I took on the kind of emotional, mental, and spiritual energies of other people. So I think it's pretty common.
Yeah.
I don't think it's uncommon.
Mm.
Any more questions?
This is really great stuff.
Yeah.
Awesome.
In a context, you can read it, but until you are.
Yeah. Next weekend is going to be really fun. So I have printed out posters of people that we're going to do the same thing we did with Laura and Angela, but, you know, not us. It's easier to see when it's someone else. And it's fun. And we're going to look at their faces, and then we're going to look at each other's faces and our own faces and learn even more, because there's so much you can tell from a face. Mm-hmm. Like, bodies are one thing, and they can tell you a lot, as you've seen, but the face really tells you the freaky. Really tells you the freaky. So next weekend is going to be more of that. And I want you to have context for what we're doing, because otherwise, like, how do you know what kind of Udvartana paste to make?
Mm-hmm.
And how do you know to steam someone and not, you know, put them in an ice bath? So hopefully giving you context.
Pretty responsible position to be in.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of responsibility, which is why, like, when I started out doing this, I was super cautious. Like, I didn't do it to someone else unless I had experienced it myself and really knew what it felt like. So, yeah, it can take a little while to build up a practice that way, but that's okay. If you can just give someone a massage, that's awesome. You know, like, you don't have to worry about upsetting their doshas.
Yeah.
So, okay, let's break until, I don't know, like 20-minute break sound good?
Sure.
Okay. So like 10 past 2, 12 past 2.
Hi, Angela.
So, welcome back. A delicious break.
Yes, it was.
Laura just asked a really great question, and it was about the pulse. So is the pulse more straightforward than visual assessment? Yes. And no. So different people, being different, will sometimes have different perceptions of the pulse even. So I haven't done a lot of side-by-side testing with other practitioners, but it does happen where one practitioner can listen to the pulse and say, this is your Prakruti and Vikruti, and another practitioner can listen and feel something totally different. So there's that. And I think that's where visual assessment comes in, as well as the questioning and having a really great medical history, because then the medical history, the visual assessment, all backs up your pulse diagnosis, what you listen when you are listening to the pulse. So I find it easier and just more accurate than trying to visually assess someone or, you know, question into discovering their. However, there's also more to the pulse than just Prakruti and Vikruti. And so sometimes practitioners can mistake what level of pulse they're listening.
Because it almost seems subjective.
It's all subjective, isn't it?
It is, because what you may perceive something that you're feeling or seeing, somebody else could see totally different.
They could. I mean, most people won't see it totally different, but it might be off. And I haven't really had that experience. You know, I haven't had someone come to me and say, oh, I went to this other place and they said it was this. So, I mean, I can't really say what the difference is, but it would be an interesting experiment to do, like Karen and I to be side by side and listening and see if there were differences and what those differences were, and if there's any way to kind of, I don't know, figure out where that common ground is, or, you know, talk one person to like the other position. So I don't know. Any other questions about the pulse? Yeah, I do have one question. Sure.
So we didn't actually talk about the spiritual aspects of Vata and Kapha, and I'm noticing like what the Prakrutis are, and I'm wondering if the spiritual part is just that they get or they're unable to connect anymore with what they were originally with.
Yeah, I think that's a really good perspective.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's a disconnection, or like, for instance, with Vata, it is that in a spiritual Prakruti, a Vata will be disconnected from spirit in a way that, like, there's no spiritual meaning to life at all. Nihilism.
Okay. Yeah. And so with the nature thing, with everything that's going on around us and the cities that are going up, would it be fair to say that many humans kind of spiritual square had a black?
I think hopelessness is probably a really great word for kapha spiritual. You're welcome. And this is a fun game. Like, I sort of, as I was laying in bed this morning, I thought of this. I thought of creating this chart. And then I was like, wouldn't it be fun to make it into Ayurvedic Jeopardy?
Yeah.
But I didn't have time to do that before I got here this morning. So thinking, like going through your book now that you have a context and plugging in different, because we scratched the surface just barely for the qualities that make up Prakriti and Vikriti in the doshas. So you can go through your manual, and one thing I did want to say is there are certain colors that are associated with red or pink for pitta, white for kapha, and or golden would be another one, and brown or black for vata, or gray even.
Oh, I thought that would have been the other way around.
Yeah, I would have too.
What does that mean when you say colors? Like, it's all around?
Oh, yeah.
See? Like,
So for instance, if you looked at me right now, what color is my face?
Pinkish.
red.
Got red. Yeah.
Pink or red? Okay, yeah.
Oh.
It's not just face, but skin. I tend to have more pinkish skin than either milky white, golden. I mean, I was just in Florida, so I'm a little bit golden, or like a dark, I didn't get a dark tan. Laura is kind of more of a milky color. So, which is an argument for her kapha secondary.
I'm very, like, when I tan, it goes gold. It doesn't go brown.
Yeah.
Also, I was wondering, freckles and, like, moles, is that a pitta?
More of a pitta.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Consistent.
But it can also be vata. And pitta can also have milky white skin, but with freckles and with like lots of rosiness, whereas kapha's milky white skin is just like purely milky white, no redness or golden. And of course, this varies with race, you know, like or ethnicity. It's not going to be the same for, you know, darker skinned people. Udhvartana. Spell it wrong? Awesome. Okay. What could I figure out how to figure it? Udvartana. So Udvartana is 2 words joined together. Udha and Vartana. Sorry. If someone wants to go fast, top one too. So, yeah. Upward. So, Udvartana is these words together, which means upward movement. Up and right. Because that's what the treatment of Udvartana is. It is the upward movement, primarily of lymph. But we're going to be moving upward as well. Upward and from the periphery inward.
or from the lateral part of the body to the medial part of the body. So what that means is we're moving from the feet up to the thighs. That's the direction. Or from the knees to the thighs. We're moving from the hands to the elbows, the hands to the shoulders. So this direction. And this direction. And from the low back to the upper back. From the outside of the chest and abdomen into the center of the chest and abdomen. And for the head, that means it's from the crown down towards the neck, towards the torso. Yeah, which is not exactly upward, right? But it is. So what's, no, it's not. Yeah, Regan.
It's all towards the heart.
It's all towards the heart. Yeah. So for the torso and everything below the neck, it's up towards the heart. The head is down towards the heart.
And outward and
yes, and then out, in. So is anyone here familiar with lymphatic drainage? A little bit. Melinda?
Oh, I'm just familiar with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't really talk about it.
Okay. So how strong is your anatomy about the lymph system? You feel like you know the lymph system?
Or the charts on the doors.
Yeah, there is a chart inside.
Great. So maybe we'll do a little review.
Yeah.
Would that be helpful? Okay. Where are the charts?
Inside the door.
Okay.
I don't.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so if y'all want to gather in. It's everywhere.
But the
You're
nodes are
absolutely
in
right.
specific places.
The nodes and so there's this left subclavian vein and then the thoracic duct. So ultimately the lymph drains into the heart and then it gets separated from blood and plasma and gets refreshed. But it all comes back to here. There are some larger ducts that are sort of way stations at kind of the third chakra. And then there's a couple right underneath both clavicles. And then there's concentrations of lymph nodes around the knees, the hips, particularly the inguinal region of the hips, you can see right here. There's lymph nodes all throughout the belly. Then you can see here along the pectorals, for women around the breasts, in the underarms, the axilla, and then again around the joints, the elbows. The neck has tons of them, you can see here, like large nodes, not just the vessels, but large nodes coming down the sternocleidomastoid, back, along the clavicle, and then, let's see, the trapezius, up around the trapezius as well. There's some in the face, underneath the jaw. Let's see here, around the ear. So this is all lymphatic, the lymphatic vein system here. That's all lymphatic veins. So you can see how it covers just about everywhere in the body. And let's see, is there a really good picture? Okay. So this actually shows
really nicely what needs to happen in order to move the lymph back to its places where it needs to get refreshed. So you see how you're coming upward from the feet towards the thighs. So that's what happens with the legs. We're moving upward, feet to thighs. We might start close to the inguinal region to clear things out, make room for more flow to happen, but it's still the upward movement. And then for the belly, the low belly beneath the navel, you're going down towards the inguinal region. And then above the navel, up towards the heart. So this picture shows going towards the axilla, but we're not going to do that. Yeah. That's kind of just a brief overview of the lymph system. It's very light pressure. So the intention here is just a couple layers beneath the skin. And what happens to lymph nodes in particular, if you press on them, they disappear unless they're enlarged. But so if you want to feel just underneath your jaw, light touch. So like you're touching the skin, not that deep. So you're just touching the skin. You get your fingers resting on the skin. And you can just sort of feel, it's sort of the size of like maybe half an almond.
I have one right here, back here that you can feel. That's goes up and down. Yeah, but it goes up and down.
But you can feel it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's very.
So you might feel slightly enlarged nodes, like right here underneath your jaw is a really easy place to feel them, and then along the sternocleidomastoid. Is everyone able to feel the lymph nodes? Everyone's is a little enlarged, aren't they? You feel like you can feel them?
And the ones behind the ears. I can
One
always
behind
feel
the ears,
that.
the back of the neck, sometimes the base of the occiput. So it's a really soft touch to feel them. They're delicate structures. They're not like muscles that are really firm. Are you getting tired of holding them?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Well, let's head back. We'll sit for another minute and thank you. So lymphatic drainage is very light touch massage. So even when we're working on the legs, it's going to feel rather superficial. Being mindful with your partner of whether or not that feels irritating. So that can be, if people need slightly deeper touch, it can feel a little irritating to have it be too light. I think with the herbs and oil, it will help to balance that sensation. But remembering to communicate about that as we work. There's two ways to do Udvartana. There's dry, and then there's oily. So Udvartana can be completely a powder-like paste. I guess it's not really a paste, is it? Just a powder-like substance that you're applying to the body. Or it can be more like if you've ever had a salt scrub that's made with oil. But you can also add herbs rather than salt. You can use chickpea flour rather than salt. You can use sugar rather than salt. Or it can be just plain herbs and oil. For the dry, it's generally in a flour base. So chickpea flour, barley flour, lentil flour, and herbs as a powder. Herbalized powder. There's some really funny YouTube videos. If you just want to YouTube Udvartana, they're really funny. So, check this out. It's fun. We covered the way to go.
So the benefits of Udvartana are, of course, it benefits the lymph system, which is one of the ways we also get rid of fat. But it also benefits blood vessels, capillaries, veins, and all of the nutrition that blood vessels, veins, capillaries, and the lymphatic system does is supported by Udvartana. It's really wonderful for the skin as long as you don't have any abrasions or skin conditions. It strengthens all the bodily tissues. It alleviates offensive smells. So if someone is very odoriferous in terms of their sweat, this helps. It's detoxifying. Excessively perspiring people is also helpful with that. And someone who has excessively oily skin, we want to give them the dry Udvartana rather than the oily Udvartana. And it will help with excessively oily skin. Depending on the herbs, it can reduce skin irritations. It breaks up subcutaneous toxins and cellulite. And enhances circulation. One of the qualities of the lymph system is that it doesn't have any pressure behind it. So the only way that it moves is either manually or through our muscle movement. So it has it doesn't even have a pulse like cranial sacral fluid. So you can see how this would be very beneficial to keep things in circulation. It helps with nervousness, the oily kind, not the dry kind. Nervous disorders, same thing. It tones the abdomen after delivery and can remove stretch marks, both from pregnancy and growth. It tightens skin, so sometimes when people lose a lot of weight, they have excess skin, and Udvartana can help with that. It helps with rheumatoid arthritis and hypothyroidism. So it is very, very, very good for kapha, dominant individuals, and kapha imbalances. We do need to use caution when we're working with someone who is vata for pitta, always, because it can aggravate vata and pitta if the right herbs or mold isn't used. So with a vata person, you most likely wouldn't want to do a dry Udvartana with them. You most likely want to always do an oily Udvartana. And choose your herbs carefully. The contraindications include high pitta conditions or pitta-related disorders. Lots of inflammation, rise in local temperature, or burning sensation. You don't have any of this in your books. There's not a lot of.
Yeah, there's
nothing.
on the one page it has the benefits, but it doesn't have the contraindications.
I know, I've got it all for you. Oh, it's not there. I am going to.
227.
I'm going to send.
What?
Oh, great, thank you.
You're welcome. But I do want to just go over it as part of an overview first. What we're about to do.
Burning sensation.
So diseases with severe pain. So osteoarthritis, different than rheumatoid arthritis, would be contraindicated. Any open wounds or cuts. Today we're going to be working with salt as our base. It's going to hurt if you have open wounds or cuts. So please let me know and we will create something different for you. Okay. Children and infants, the extremely elderly. Any oozing skin condition, so again, for pretty much the same reason. We don't want herbs to sting an oozing skin condition. Emaciation, so someone who is weak, depleted, and just not very strong. All right, so I want to jump right into making our, yes,
Question. What about somebody who has a compromised lymph system? Let's say they had their lymph nodes removed from underneath their armpit. I know when I do certain lymph massages, I was trained to stay away from those areas because you didn't want to push the fluid over to there because then the edema won't go away.
Yeah, so I think the thing to be mindful of when someone has lymph nodes that have been removed is that does it fall in your scope of practice? So for you, it totally might. For everyone else, it might not, depending on your licensing, what you know. Do you feel comfortable working on someone who has a compromised lymph system? I think you could say something general, like you could stay away from that area and do, say, other areas of the body. For instance, if it's someone's, we'll say, right axilla, they had a significant amount of lymph removed, and that's common with women who have had breast cancer and have had allopathic treatment. So not only would you not want to do Udvartana on this area, so sort of like the immediate area, you also wouldn't want to do it on the lower arm. So being mindful of that.
I have some experience, and
Okay.
and in general, what I recall was because you don't want to push all of that. If someone does have it, you just kind of start from up here to move it, and then you go down. So you're not going to go all the way up like this. You start closest to, and then you just very gently.
See, I think it really depends on the person too. Because at a certain point, lymph tissue is going to regenerate. Nodes might not completely grow back, but the lymphatic vessels might return. So it also depends like where that person is in their stage of recovery and how traumatic it was for them. How many lymph nodes were removed? Was it 4? Was it 14? Was it 40? Were they removed in just one area of the body? Or were there also nodes removed, say, in the abdomen? And are the major lymph centers intact? Like these subclavicle veins here, are they intact? This is how you can see where it might be outside of your scope of practice to work on someone who has had lymph nodes removed. I think it requires further learning.
Oh, yeah.
So I think we'll just leave it at that. You seem to have the further learning, so continue doing what you're doing. Yeah. Does anyone have any other questions? Okay. So what we're going to do now is we're going to create an herbal formula that you will then put your oil together with, and then right before the treatment, your carrier. So whether it's salt or in some cases chickpea flour or sugar, those will go in last. But first we'll pick out some herbs. Yay. And let me get these. So these are the herbs. We don't have all of them here today, but these are ideas for you if you want to create your own formulas. And on the back are descriptions of the herbs that we have today. I think we're gonna, once you get that handout, we're gonna move over to, and if you would bring your mixing bowls with you to this table.
There's something.
You my notes today. I can pass them on. Sea salt or rock salt? Does everyone have their sea salt or rock salt with them?
Yep.
Okay. Does anyone have
Can you hear now,
any,
Angela?
open wounds that I don't know about, or skin conditions that I don't know about? Okay. I think it's healed. Okay. All
I
right.
do just on my hands, so that's gonna hurt me to apply, but
Okay.
yeah, just like it's like a little cut.
So I would like everyone
Yeah,
to
there's gloves in
choose their partner. Right now, so that you can choose a partner where you can use chickpea flour or sugar rather than salt.
Oh yeah, you wait.
What do you want? Do you want juice?
So instead of salt, and she's you can do the like chickpea flour, and yeah, she's not. I mean,
If I'm, yes, so what?
Well, I'll be doing an oily. We won't be doing a dry.
Okay. So instead of salt, yeah. If you, it'll be because I have little cuts.
Or sugar.
So
You can also use
sugar. So we can
option.
decide what you like. I'm looking at
Okay, so I'm sorry.
You don't do anything behind. Is
We'll do a little bit of massage
Okay.
on the head, but not with the paste.
Okay.
Okay, so does everyone have a partner? Yeah. Okay. So the people who have abrasions of any sort, you just raise your hand. Okay.
What?
All right. No, I was just asking if you have abrasions on your skin. Okay. So you folks will want to use chickpea flour or sugar. So chickpea flour is going to be more paste-like, and sugar is going to be more scrub-like. So if you're looking for exfoliation and you have abrasions on your skin, or you're working with a client who has abrasions on their skin, sugar isn't going to cause any further irritation, and neither will chickpea flour. The sugar in the raw is a little rough. It's sucanat, so it is a little rough, but it's certainly not as rough as, for instance, salt. The crystallized nature of the salt is kind of sharp, so you want to be mindful of that if there's any skin irritation using sugar or chickpea flour. Okay. So the herbs that I have here today are listed on the back.
Yeah.
So would someone please read Amalaki?
It's antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, removes excess pitta, deepening nourishment to the body, tissues, promotes healthy eyes, bones, blood, teeth, hair, and nails, while supporting the proper function of the liver, spleen, pancreas, heart, and lungs.
Pretty awesome. It is one of the 3 components of Triphala. would anyone like to taste Mamalaki?
Would.
Okay. So I'm gonna come around and just put a tiny bit in your hand.
Is that what that like kind of jelly is made out of?
Chop and brush.
I guess so. It's like a dark colored spread.
Chop and brush generally has triplet in it.
I definitely want this. I don't know. I'm sure she'll just like the cat oil and then like sugar is like the biggest colors, and then the rest of it's like gonna be infused. Yeah. I brought so many oil.
I kind of like it.
Like bread.
Nisha, do you want to try?
At first it tastes like bread.
So please note which ones you find the most appealing, because those will be the ones that you want on your skin. Okay. What's that? It might be. Yeah.
We're really opposed to it. I know with a lot of essential oils, if we're really opposed to that scent, a lot of times that's what we need.
Absolutely. Yes, opposites balance, for sure. That is for sure the case. I think one of the things that I'm thinking about in suggesting that for this particular treatment for us today is that pretty much, as far as I can tell, everyone here needs nourishment and real gentleness and restoration. So challenging the system with something that might be a little bit more than it's ready to do, isn't really what I want to go for today. So I want to go for like more of a restorative treatment than like, take your medicine, it's good for you.
But it is something you can do further on down the line.
For sure. Absolutely. I would encourage you to try all of these herbs at one point and taste them, take them, rub them on your body. So yeah, and bitter is the best medicine for me, but I can't always take bitter. If my life is having a bitter moment, like I don't want to take my bitter herbs. So that's an example of like when taking the medicine isn't so medicinal. Would you like to read Chitrak for us?
An excellent herb for reducing kapha. It is commonly used as a primary ingredient in weight management formulas. How do you say it again?
Chitrak.
Chitrak supports the proper function of the liver and healthy digestion of fat and sugars. It energizes the body naturally by promoting healthy digestion and the proper absorption and assimilation of nutrients. With kapha constitutions, Chitrak is also a good herb for supporting healthy joints and balancing body fluid levels.
Oh my god. It's like warm. Yes, it is. Oh, that's Denny's husband. Denny's husband. Yeah, I was like unfazed. Sorry, guys. We were at a party. She's probably.
So also, as you're tasting your herbs, as you're tasting your herbs, you might not want to put that one on your body. You're tasting them. Notice how other people are responding to you, because not everyone is having the same reaction.
Yeah, I like it.
I like that.
Look at that. Other people are like.
I do that for my job.
We're gonna do some more. Okay, that's
but with
good.
rocks. How about neem?
Shelley, would you read licorice?
I've never had neem powder. I've had neem oil, but it might be the seed oil. And sometimes I put it on my lips, and then I can taste it. It's unpleasant. I could too much. I don't want
Pacifies excess symptoms. Supports the natural lubrication of the mucosal membrane. And supports regular elimination. Licorice is a tonic for the male reproductive system that promotes virility and healthy function of semen. It also calms the mind and promotes content and harmony.
Licorice can also licorice was
I feel like licorice is too sweet for me.
So, like I know with licorice, I sometimes use it with people with like less pressure. So when you apply it to the outside of the body, your skin, what kind of contraindications are there?
For licorice? Not many. It might be like slightly, no?
Yeah.
No. Yeah, topically, I can't think of any contraindications other than like the open cut.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is kind of exciting because then you can use something like licorice without worrying about the internal effects, like on blood pressure.
Okay. So you're still getting like basically.
You're getting benefits without some of the side effects.
No, I can use it.
Are you not supposed to take it yourself?
No, I'm just thinking for other people. Yeah.
Yep. Okay, so let's see. Let's do Tulsi next. Ivy, would you read Tulsi, please?
Tulsi removes excess toxins from lungs and upper respiratory tract for breathing, promotes healthy circulation, and supports proper function of the heart, supports proper weight management, balances the immune system, helps to maintain a normal body temperature, supports mental clarity, and the sodium and absorbing devotion, and creates the heart.
Oh,
It's a nice one. Yeah.
good stuff there.
What about Tulsi tea?
Yeah, so these are all food grade organic herbs. So they're actually
Wow.
the herbs that one would take.
It's almost like a cinnamon.
Or no,
I like that. I like that one.
Nisha, I think you're good on that. No, that's perfect. Thank you.
That's what she is. Did you just sneeze? Did you just sneeze? It promotes upper respiratory tract, promoting clear, comfortable breathing.
Yes. You should have seen me in my kitchen last night. I was like, it works that fast. So this is another form of nasya.
Yeah, I guess so.
Rather than the oil nasya, this is the dry nasya. So who would like to do more touching of the rose petals? Yeah?
I like to do that too.
I'm so over it.
Quicker on the draw.
Oh, it smells so good.
All right, so we did Tulsi. So Triphala. Let's do Triphala.
I've been taking that almost every day. Really? Yeah. But like, there was one class where we learned about it, one of our online classes.
Yeah.
And I bought it because I needed it, and It works, yeah. I have like a nutrient assimilation I think problem, and also like slowness, and it's actually really helped. And it's not like a laxative. It doesn't stimulate it; it just supports it. It's this one plus two other ones.
Did you enjoy it?
No.
Don't be scared. Don't be scared.
It's not bad
So-
after.
Yeah.
After you forget about it.
I think it depends on how much you. I think it depends on how much you put in your mouth at once.
Yeah, like the whole thing.
That's a lot. I've done it like twice, and I'm not done yet.
This one cured me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cure me.
So what is the taste? Is it the bitter that's getting you?
Sour.
Sour and
What they call it.
Oh, I definitely got this astringent. Yeah.
make it dry in your
Astringent.
Yeah, it makes my tongue dry.
Make it some dry. Like a soak the water out of you, something like that. Yeah.
Yep. Okay, let's see what's next. Neem.
Neem.
Oh.
The water in my mouth after that tasted sweet.
Oh. I've been reading water now.
If you haven't been drinking water, I would definitely be drinking water in between.
Cleanse the palate, folks.
Flavor roller coaster right now. Yeah, that's what Megan just said. Yeah, Megan just said the same thing.
What? They do it over there. A lot of it's sweet, yeah. I thought I was drinking sugar water.
You're not getting that.
The neem is
Yeah. I feel like it's like a workout for your taste buds.
Right? Some type of fruit in Thailand. When you're tasting all these different herbs, the first time you have like the soap of water, but then you drink water, it's so sweet.
Oh.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Did you just have
Yeah, I've been having
sweet, isn't it?
them. Yeah, a little bit, but not like
Oh, mine, it
not
tastes
so much. I mean,
sweet.
not so much. Yeah,
Megan's loving this.
I think it's the contrast of the string.
Don't do it.
So
This is
neem, every part of the neem plant is beneficial, right? So neem oil, is that the seed? Neem seed oil, and there's neem leaf oil.
This tastes like
They're over. I'll see. Are they right there? I don't know where the pieces are.
It's like read.
Thank you.
We're tasting herbs.
some kind of microbial or something. That's what it tastes like.
Oh God,
So has everyone had some water? I know. I'm sorry.
I don't hate this, but
We should have a.
oh God, it gets worse.
Drink some water. Drink some water.
Candid camera should be here.
At first, it just tastes green, and then it's like, like it's like my whole. I feel like I can taste it on the roof of my mouth.
Sorry. Yeah, that's why I
It's like
waited till the
golden
end.
seal. Have you ever heard
Yes,
that?
yes, it's a
Oh.
lot like.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
that's
It kills everything.
totally
So does in yeah.
trying to remember.
Oh, I love Sunny
And that's not that one.
It's like
It's
Yeah,
golden seal.
It's sweet. Golden seal's like kills yeast. It's gotta be like awful.
What? Golden seal. Oh, it's.
That kills everything. Antifungal, but
You don't have to do that today.
Rose.
definitely not me.
So what's the next one you do?
That actually
Rose.
is better.
Oh, lucky. Stop with that.
antibacterial, anti-inflammatory.
I need to lose a little gel.
I don't know how to.
I didn't even know that was a thing. I didn't know that you could do this.
Well,
My old cat used to eat the rose plants. He used to just take a big bite out of the flowers.
What rose is this from? What color? Because I would find it from
Egyptian. Oh, that's nice. I signed her in yesterday. Yeah, I signed you in yesterday because you don't.
Oh,
ever.
thank you. I know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Eventually, it'll just be
My
my
son
handwriting
used
all
to
the time.
So, which 3 herbs would you like put on your body today?
So, are we making what we want?
Yes.
Okay.
So let me just clarify. What you're making in your mixing bowl is for you. Okay.
Now, I have a question.
Yeah.
So, absolutely hated the flavor of neem, but I love neem. Like,
You love neem as
like I use neem oil at home, like on my skin. I use it in like the facial massage mixture.
might be really good for you topically and not great for you internally.
I feel drawn to it, but it was pretty gross. Neem?
So, but none of them are really.
Very interesting.
You're not gonna eat them.
Oh, I know. That's what I'm saying. So going by that, it's not going to deter.
So since this is topical, you may want to try it topically, since you do use a lot of it. But you may want to try your 3 favorites and see how you feel. So the reason I'm suggesting, if you would all just pause for a moment, the reason I'm suggesting you use your favorite is because I want it to be a restorative treatment for you. So if you're challenging your system by doing something that is maybe not so palatable for you, that could be totally appropriate on another day. But today, I want it to be very nourishing and nurturing for you. Okay? I want you to have some rest. I want you to have some ease. You should have some grace in your system. Okay?
Is there anything you really shouldn't get?
No, they're all very compatible. If you're using triphala, you wouldn't necessarily want to use amalaki.
Redundant.
Because it's redundant. Yeah, there's already amalaki in triphala, but if you're not using triphala, you might want to think about using amalaki if it was appealing to you. Okay, so mixing bowls. You're creating a formula for yourself. I would suggest 3 herbs, and I would suggest a heaping teaspoon of each. Did anyone bring essential oils?
Yes.
Did everyone bring essential oils?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So does everyone find their essential oils to be nourishing and nurturing? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I brought a ton.
All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to do the herbs first. We're going to put in enough oil to saturate the herbs. Add a little bit of essential oil, like, I don't know, maybe 3 drops of essential oil, depending on your potency, the potency of your essential oils. And we're going to just let it sit through the demonstration. And then when you go to work with your partner, you'll heat up your oil and add the rest of it to the sea salt and then the herbs. Okay? Is that clear for everyone? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, voila, friends. All right. Here's the rose.
No, 1.
Oh, 1 heaping.
Right? 1 heaping.
1 heaping?
1 heaping.
Okay.
I'm gonna do triphala because that's 3 herbs, so I'm like getting 6 herbs. 5 herbs.
Yeah.
We can even cover off this.
Triphala, I would like triphala, rose, and neem.
Oh, no.
It's a party. I think I'm going to do toast and coffee.
Oh, is there more rose than that?
And rose.
Karen's working on it. Oh, okay. How you doing with the rose, Karen? Yeah, that's perfect.
Oh, well, then.
Oh, that's neat.
Thank you.
Did you say using tablespoon or teaspoon?
What do you want to look for? That likes chitra?
Okay, yeah.
I didn't love it. I didn't hate it. I kind of did. Maybe that, and then yeah, let's try that. This is that word. And then I want a really anti-inflammatory one. So
For your skin?
yeah. So green. So I have but I'm also looking
I would go with licorice or triphala.
I was gonna yeah.
Oh, you're in.
Yeah.
These are the only things that we're putting in right now.
Okay. I have sandalwood, but it's blended. So
Blended with what?
I think probably sweet almond oil. It's
Okay. So
so it's not super strong.
I would do like 10 or 12.
I have a few other. I might use something else. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that sounds good.
You can need more rows, do you think?
Probably. This is like a popular.
I can grind some.
Well, that's not amazing.
Actually, not all the ones I chose
Oh, I don't think it's
I got one question.
This rose is from Starweather Botanicals.
Megan. A forkers.
Oh, I don't know how much Karen bought this, but it was expensive.
We just add oil to it. Looks like pasty.
I did not. I don't so I said, you know what, this would be good for mixing these things in because I don't actually use it for anything.
Of whatever you would like.
Have a lot of grab.
Maybe try Explore.
And then I think if I put a little less in, then it's
Oh,
not
okay.
gonna be. Yeah.
And then you said enough oil to saturate it. And I keep wanting to call you Karen instead of Kim,
I really like
even
it.
though I know that's
That
not
was
what it is.
So one heaping of each.
I think. No, you choose 3.
3 of each.
No. You choose 3.
Yeah, just enough to saturate. And then
Okay.
yes.
So stay teaspoons.
Yeah. No, just one heaping of
I know.
3 different herbs. Yeah.
Sure, there's some rose right here.
Oh, good. That's,
Is that what you're looking for?
yeah. I can smell it in here. I think that's a little bit brighter.
A heating saturate with milk and just enough to like saturate and then add.
There's a crease in the table. It doesn't matter if it blends with another oil.
Oh, I have something too. Oh, you want something? Sure, yeah, that'd be great. I meant to stop by my office.
So I'm gonna do the sheaths.
I think I'm making more rows. And what kind of oil do we put? Whatever oil we want.
Yeah, you're
in there?
carrying
The oil that you brought for yourself.
You can use mine. It's right
Oh,
there.
I have my apricot.
Oh,
Kernel. Thank you, though.
Was there more roses?
Yeah, I
Or
think
you-
Rose
So
is
the rose
being.
is coming.
Okay, I wasn't sure if we had to make some more work.
Ruby has it.
Yeah, you're lame.
Oh,
Oh, I love your scarf.
oh, thank you.
So add your carrier oil.
Yeah, this is
Well, you always do, but I like the scarf.
some that's
Yeah.
ground up.
It goes
This is not.
I'm feeling very dumpy lately because I just wear leggings and like a white
Yeah, I
shirt,
know.
you
It's
know?
kind of-
Like not
It's Swedhana and it's all
Doesn't
fancy
have
now.
True.
a
True. Scarves are long. And earrings are great.
Yeah.
It was so, and then if you curl your hair, then you're extra nice. I do. Yeah.
You never look slumpy.
Did you want rose? Thank you.
Like this,
Oh.
I feel like this
Thank you.
is
You're
jasmine. But I can
There you go. You're welcome.
like this one's blended, but you can tell it's but I don't feel it was really strong.
I can just, I'm just gonna choose something else.
Does everyone have their herbal blend?
I didn't get the rose, so do we have just put a little bit in?
Well, I think not.
Anyone else want some?
Does anybody else want rose?
Yeah, let's just. It's just because it won't. It'll fly out.
And I have it like, I felt the same way. It's like I love rose. I didn't put but I have
I do that.
Okay, so like it's something
Add your face oil first. My face, yeah. I did what did I do? I did
This is
chocolate, licorice, and cold.
really not very well. Are you getting rose? Rose? You might want to grind it to a little finer.
Did you grab
I
some?
grabbed some, but it's mostly.
Yeah.
it's like it gets
Yeah.
I almost want to do
Yeah, one. Yep. Okay.
I don't really like. I did a lot of both the jasmine and cinnamon. What I used.
Not yet.
I'm really getting like a ton.
I don't know when, but I know not yet.
Either. I smelled it like straight a couple times.
They both have
No, that one's I mean that's cedarwood, but these, yeah, no, it's not.
It's me.
It's not gonna be rose.
Yeah, mix all your herbs up and then
Not with water.
oh yeah,
I was just gonna.
With your carrier oil?
A little bit of oil.
Your oil, yes, just enough to make a paste.
So no water.
No water. I think I smelled it straight too many times. So it's like,
Rose, you want some?
I needed a lot more than I thought. Do you want some of this too?
I need to get some sunflower oil. I need to get some. I'm gonna buy so you can stir it. Oh, you need more. Like, look at mine. It's so relaxing. What are you using? If it's a straight oil, like a pure oil, just a few drops. But yeah, frankincense is okay. But for vibes, they're blended like PMH.
Okay. So,
I like yours better. It's not fragrance versus mine. I would add oil.
No, it's just like it smells like soap.
Yes, it does smell so. Thank you, though.
That was good.
Yeah, no, that's nice.
Do these crazy half hour sales of those. Yeah, I would do like the frankincense is only like 3 drops. And then with the blended ones that
so I'd like to see everyone's pace.
Here's my paste.
Wonderful. Are you happy with it? Mm-hmm. I think so. That's good. And if you would stand with your partner.
I need more oil.
Yeah, add more oil. Looks good. Does it smell like? Smell like what? If you would stand with your partner once you've showed me your oil. That's great.
More oil.
More oil. Beautiful. Oh, you know what? You need more herbs, honey. Oh. Yeah, I would add about more of each.
I was just gonna write down the Vedic and the rose.
It is behind death and
Is there any more rose?
I think we should bring it out. What other herbs do you need?
orange.
Oops, sorry.
Still more oil.
Yep. So I need a volunteer, and if you can all come over to this massage table, if you would like to volunteer, you could raise your hand. So standing with your partners, I want you to choose a table and place your herbal paste on the table that you're going to use with your partner. I'm going to use your doesn't matter.
What's that?
I'm going in with Laura.
I would add a little bit more before you add your essential oil.
So,
Yes.
how should it be?
That looks good.
More rose. Oh, my God.
Where's Aria? It's right here. Where did Aria go? Okay. I mean,
Oil one.
yes.
And you might
That's a great idea.
need it.
For yours, you could put it
Like right here. So you have room. Are you gonna use this table?
I can use any table though.
Okay.
A little bit more oil.
No, the left.
Looks good.
This one's good. Are you seriously? That's exactly what I did too. It's so funny. What did you guys do? Rose?
We picked the same ones. Milwaukee.
I might have gotten that one.
Rose.
But you put frankincense in, and that's my very favorite. I put lavender in mine because I forgot my frankincense.
Yeah, it has the just like the high-low setting, not like the different setting.
Looks good. Yeah. Maybe a little bit more oil. Okay. Is there any more oil?
There's a few kinds of
No, that's good.
Smoky smell. Come on. And don't forget the gold.
Oh, yeah. That time we
yeah, and stuff like this.
That's great. Oh, yeah. So I'm upstairs
Have you added the rest of your herbs? Have you added more herbs?
No.
I might have just. Not a massage envy that can exist when I started, but it was really simple. And then a lot, especially because it wasn't my responsibility to, you know, it wasn't my business. I just went to work, had the experience. Like I had just put the program together for me, and I just had to follow the program. It was pretty.
Now, where is this going when we're?
Now that Denny's here.
I need a little drop of rose.
We're just doing
Now
foods,
that
right?
you're here, Denny.
Now we're doing body.
Child, this amount on this amount.
We're adding
Like, I have a beautiful canvas, but it's a large canvas.
We're adding a cup of sea salt and
Okay.
probably another few ounces of oil. Okay, so all right, so if you have a partner, you want to pick a table with your partner and bring your herbal paste into that room or onto that table. Okay? So we're just getting organized for the trade part of things. The demo is coming up soon.
We're setting up our tables.
No, but just getting your stuff there.
I'll get my sheaths. So I think that we changed two other. Okay. I think it might be. Is this Danny, do you have a partner? So you're going to be partnered with Maria and Nisha.
Yeah, she's gonna do an
So I'm going to demonstrate on Arya, and then Arya will, I don't know, we'll figure out how it's going to work. Arya will get to someone, and then someone will get to someone. Are you demonstrating right here? If that's me, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, this is pretty. Wow.
You like the green? Just regular things. You're gonna wait until I finish up. And somebody gave them to me actually. And they're really my favorite sets.
Yeah.
Do it together. I drew them. So I know the other one. I mean, I don't know. The oil.
This one is a red color, but you can carry into this.
So, we've had a little change of plan. We're going to do a guided demo. So you're going to pick which partner is going to get on the table first. You're going to make up the table, and then that partner is going to get on the table. The partner that's receiving first. Do you want to go first, or do you want to?
Do you want to
Wherever your oil is,
Oh, you want me on the table?
whoever's going to be on the but you need your oil and your sea salt or whatever.
That was my question.
I'm sorry, I'm disorganized today.
Well, I was just say, did we need our salt and stuff? So.
Do we need the lemon? Okay, do you, I did a honey treatment this morning and it really kept some hydration in there, but do you feel like,
I think no stuff on the arm, but the rest of your body. Okay. Yeah.
Do we need just a lemon? No, yes.
Whatever it is, don't worry about it.
I
Oh my
turned it
God,
on
I
and
said the
started
word
to
stress and I started hurting her.
unpleasant, and I figured if we're doing aromatherapy, it's not actually gonna hurt. But the water's warm, so I think I'll be okay. And I think the whole thing will end slowly anyway.
Great. You want chickpea flour or sugar?
Oh, chickpea, that'd be great. I've never.
Okay.
Wow.
You know what? I'm feeling like sugar would be good for you. Yes, Molly.
So we said our tables is for similar to any other massage. You know what I'm saying? I just didn't know if it was different because of the.
Nope. Nope.
You want to make sure that your sea salts are handy.
And your oil I need.
Is
good. Before dealing with an allergy too.
the oil and a warmer.
So, I know
Whoever's
allergies.
receiving their oil and a warmer. And their sea salt. And then we need this little room. So I should put on this warmer.
It's odd. I know red otherwise. Olive oil's fine.
Things up.
The book says it's not that it's, I think it's that it's not liquid lava.
Oh, I see, yeah.
Okay.
Slow.
We will definitely not be using olive oil. What was yours again?
Sunflower. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a
I think in the middle room.
Massaging each other's side. She's going to be
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. Down to your comfort level. Pantyhose.
Oh, those keep you so warm.
Pantyhose. Oh, definitely. Smells like coffee. Would you like a bolster, young lady?
I want to be sweating today. I was like, I want to try, not today, but I want to try the big giant ones that like they use in hot stone.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Interesting angle.
Yeah. Like straight up, like you're sitting.
Comfortable.
I'm gonna have you mix this with it.
Epsom salt. Nice. So it'll be like, yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so the folks who have skin abrasions, there is chickpea and sugar here. You'll want to make sure to get some of that.
Okay, so this is going in your bowl that's going on you.
I would like chickpea.
Are you giving it
So,
to me now?
I think you can access it yourself.
Sure.
But I will guide us through it as we're going, and you can do it as we're. So one of us should be getting on the table. Are we mixing the salt into our?
Oh, guide us through.
What?
I'm gonna
Oh,
guide us
okay.
through the whole process.
I'm like
That's okay.
not totally like paying attention as well as I'd like to be, so I feel like I keep missing things.
No worries, and it's just been a little bit disorganized.
Okay.
There's a
Not
lot.
that orange oil that I just sent you.
A lot of us.
I didn't warn you, I totally forgot to shave for like a long time. I'm very unconscious of that lately. Yeah, it's not something I'm thinking about when I'm doing 10 years old.
Yeah. I think the hair on your legs keeps your legs warmer. It's holding up my toes.
Perfect. What's going on? Finally.
Yes.
The hair on my legs is holding up my toes.
How much salt in?
1 cup.
1 cup of salt in here. So just dump it in.
So no, I will guide you through the whole process.
Oh, okay.
Your oil should be in the warmer.
Okay.
Which is in a room.
So there's a warmer here. So there's also warmers in each of the
I
rooms.
think my oil needs to be aged.
In the middle of it. Yeah, I guess we don't really. Move it more, I guess. Like right into the door. I'll be right down here.
Yeah, I realize that the most of it is like way too Yeah.
All right, so
Oh, you were doing
oh, if you are ready, that means that your practice partner is on the table under the sheet. Your oil is in one of the warmers. Your paste is nearby. You have at least 2 hand towels nearby.
Okay, now you're sitting.
You think so? Because if somebody takes their bottom.
And your salts or other carrier is also nearby. So this is what's going on here. Towels, paste, salt. By your table with your partner.
ตัวแรกมีขึ้นเลยใช่ไหมมีเครื่องเครื่องนี่เครื่อง
Your partner is Supan. We're going to be starting at the feet after we blend. So if you're standing at the feet, that's ideal. Okay, so
Yes, we have to scrub like the body scrubbed in, but it's not really, you have to take off. You don't have to do the bottom, you can just do the legs. Yeah.
So you're going to add your oil to your paste. You're going to add at least 4 ounces of oil to your herbalized paste. Ideally, your oil and your paste should be in a container that can go in the heat. So glass, of course, would be best. And after you've added your oil to your paste, you're going to add whatever your exfoliant was, whether it was chickpea or sugar or salt. A full cup. And you're going to mix it together.
So like
Yeah, oil.
8 ounces of oil.
And then add whatever sea salt. So you're going to have a thick paste that's slightly oily. If you have a very Vata, Prakriti, or Vikruti client, it's okay for it to be more oily. Make sure it's fully incorporated. Alright. You can keep your spoon handy because as you apply the paste, you'll want to stir each time because the solids tend to sink towards the bottom. That means the salt and the herbs will tend to sink towards the bottom. Yeah. And was that a full cup of salt? And then enough oil.
And then salt.
If you haven't already, add your carrier, salt, chickpea flour, sugar.
That's all the salt?
No, I'm using the.
Oh, chickpea flour.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Here. So you're going to use an entire cup. So there's,
Oh, I
let's see.
think I did.
No, you're going to use about that much.
Oh.
Yeah, there you go. So now enough oil to make it be like this.
Yeah.
So you're going to add that much oil.
Oh.
You add olive oil. Yeah. You don't have a little bit more. Yeah, a little bit more salt. Oh, you want the chicken powder? Oh, yeah?
She done one, more oil, right?
It all depends. I think we're gonna add a little bit of sugar.
I put too much oil. See.
Yep, that's okay. We're gonna do a little bit of sugar. Just for fun. She's just not sweet.
Oh no.
I'm teasing you.
It smells like
Total
coffee.
joke. You're very
right
sweet.
consistency?
That's lovely. A little bit more oil, I think. Yeah. Beautiful.
Would at this point, could I chop it with that or no?
I would
It's too late.
carry on. Yeah. No, you don't want to do it when it's wet because it's very nasty. This stuff is nasty.
So should I add more oil?
I would add a little bit, but not much more because it's going to get even more messy.
I chipped it myself.
Oh,
No.
it's like right on.
It's that big.
Yeah.
Sell it after Walmart for $5. I know. It's just that we didn't
Yeah.
grind it.
Oh, you have to grind it. I got the Epsom, but I'm not using it. I'm using the garbanzo bean flour.
Alright,
And she added sugar.
really appreciate it if you are ready to give an Udvartana treatment. If you would stand at the foot of your table, raise your hand so that I know you're ready. That would be fabulous.
I think I'm ready.
Awesome. Everyone ready? Okay. I'm waiting for Ivy. And Ruby, you ready or no? Okay. Great. Okay, so coming to stand at the foot, the Udvartana paste itself is very messy. So what I would suggest is putting it on the floor while we attune to our clients and open the session. If you feel comfortable chanting Kari Om, you're welcome to do that. Opening the session in whatever way you would like, then placing your hands on your client's ankle. Attuning to your client, setting the intention of offering a restorative, nurturing, and nourishing gift of yourself. We're going to step to the left side of our table and undrape the left leg. Making sure to drape the leg in a way that makes your client feel comfortable and safe. You're going to stir your Udvartana paste as it does tend to settle, and spoon a tweezing teaspoon into your hand, and then place it into the warmer. If you can do so without too much difficulty.
Hi there. Hi, Laura. All I can see is bags of sugar and chickpea flour.
So sorry.
Thanks.
Thanks for speaking up.
Uh-huh.
Kim? Yeah. You
Thanks.
betcha.
That's good.
Of course, it was right after you put something on your hand.
see if we can. That would be fabulous. No, it needs to be.
Looks good. Hi.
Hi.
Yep, that looks good. Thanks.
What's on the fridge?
How about here? Well, I was looking more for an extra plug.
I think it should be able to reach as long as Jason doesn't come out.
So if you have the Udvartana paste in your hand, rub it into both hands and place your hands on either side of your client's ankle. And very slowly sweep up to the knee. And then slowly sweep back down. If you have enough to cover your client's thigh, you can go back to the knee and then all the way up towards the top of the thigh. If you need to scoop out some more Udvartana paste, you can do that too. So you're going to draw your hands from the knee to the thigh, covering the entire thigh.
How's that, Angela? Can you see?
The medial aspect.
Yes, thank you.
Then as you work your way down towards the knee, circling the knee, this is a very light pressure. Remembering that the intention is the lymph. Moving the lymph requires very light pressure. So one hand on each side of the knee, lateral and medial, making circles. Drawing your hands down the bottom of the foot, left hand on the top of the foot, right hand on the bottom of the foot. Just addressing the bottom of the foot with slow, light strokes from toes to heel. Left hand on the lateral malleolus, right hand on the medial malleolus, making circles. Say about 6 circles, and then moving from the ankle towards the knee, up around the knee, back to the ankle. From the ankle to the knee, we'll move upwards 3 times. And then all the way up to the thigh, towards the inguinal region. Remember, we are pushing the lymph towards the inguinal region. One hand after the other, moving upwards, very light strokes. The next time we come to the top of the thigh, we'll turn our bodies to face the long side of the table. Our hips are in alignment with the long side of the table, and our hands will be moving back and forth like this. You can see. So back and forth. We're going to start at the top of the thigh. Move down towards the knee. Around the knee.
Sorry,
And then down the lower leg to the ankle. Terminal clearance out the foot. And then we're going to sweep from the bottom of the foot all the way up the leg, slowly towards the inguinal region, and then again. 3 times. And then we'll redrape the leg. So, is anyone having a hard time either giving or receiving at this point? You want to speak up, Molly?
I just don't, I'm not enjoyable.
What's not enjoyable about it?
Like I felt like it was in the top Jason. I felt like it was like a rash. Like, there was like no warm up to it. Just the lay on the table and all of a sudden you have like rough.
Does it feel too rough?
Rough experience. You just like, whoa, yeah.
Okay.
I don't, yeah.
Yeah. So you may want to.
I'm trying to understand how.
Yeah. We'll come to that. We'll answer that question. But yes, it is. Part of it is to stir things up. This is why it's a kapha treatment, primarily for people who are kapha. Is anyone else? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Givers, receivers, comments, questions, concerns.
Actually feel really good.
Oh, good.
Numerous times.
Okay. All right, so we're going to go to the left leg. You're going to come to the right side of your table and drape the left leg. Your paste is in the warmer, hopefully, to make sure you bring it with you to the table. Stir it up. And take a heaping teaspoonful based on your client's body. Starting at the ankle. Sweep up from the ankle towards the knee. And then if you have enough paste left on your hand, from the knee towards the hip. And then back down towards the ankle, just distributing it. And light pressure. Light pressure. We're going to sweep up the leg 3 times. We're going to come back to the knee, and then hand following hand, move from the knee towards the inguinal region, making sure you cover the lateral aspect of the thigh and the medial aspect of the thigh. Going slow. The rough quality of the salt or sugar can cause vata aggravation. So we want to counter that with a very slow, gentle movement. You may think you're going too slow, or that there's too much oil in your paste, or that it's too light in terms of pressure. If you're thinking that, you need to go slower and lighter. Coming to the knee,
Left hand on the medial knee, right hand on the lateral knee, making circles around the knee. That's sort of, I believe Karen called it the choo-choo train massage stroke around the foot. Sweeping down to the bottom of the foot, left hand on the bottom of the foot, right hand on the top of the foot, moving from toe to ankle, toes to ankle. And then around the malleoli, left hand on the medial side of the malleoli, right hand on the right side of the malleoli. Then sweeping up from the ankle to the knee, over the knee, around, and back. Optionally, you can do hand over hand. You can do both hands at once. I kind of like hand over hand. Coming back to the knee, moving all the way up to the top of the thigh, inguinal region, squaring your hips to the table, and then moving your hands from the lateral aspect to the medial aspect of the thigh and back. Moving down towards the knee, around the knee, down the lower leg. And pulling off the toes in a terminal clearance, sweeping up the leg, all the way to the inguinal region, top of the thigh. 3 times. And then redrape. Coming to your client's left arm. Warming up your Udvartana pace in between. So if it's starting to get cool, moving it back to the warmer. So if it's out right now, mixing it up. And taking a scoop out to the left arm. Placing both hands on the lower arm, left hand on the wrist, depending on your client's body size, right hand on the forearm or elbow. Very slowly sweeping up the left arm from the wrist to the shoulder. Circling the shoulder and coming back down. Making sure that you get both sides of the arm. So you may have to lift up the lower arm in order to get to the back side of the upper arm. But making sure you get the whole arm. And then the hands and fingers. Hand over hand, Moving up the arm from the wrist all the way to the shoulder. So creating a steady rhythm of one hand traveling from the wrist to the shoulder and then the other. Moving around the shoulder. So you can anchor one hand on the elbow or anywhere on the arm, and the right hand circling the left shoulder. Going slow. You can circle the shoulder anywhere from 3 to 9 times. We'll just go with 6, somewhere in the middle. Moving your left hand from the elbow up to the shoulder 3 times. Then circling, coming back to the elbow, circling around the elbow. Drawing both hands down to the wrist. 3 times from the wrist to the elbow. Hand over hand. And then a very light touch on the hands. Sort of containing the hand between both of your hands. So one hand on the palm, one hand on the back of the hand. And then massaging the hand in any way that feels right to you. Maybe making circles over the fingers, but very light. People tend to have little abrasions they don't know about on the fingers. So if you're using salt, just be mindful of that. Sweeping up from the wrist to the shoulder, angling our hips square the long side of the table, into that back and forth, and pushing from the periphery to the inner part of the arm. So from the lateral aspect of the arm towards the medial aspect. Going slow, no pressure. So we're going to do this motion up the arm. So from the wrist to the shoulder, as well as from the shoulder down to the wrist. So we're going to do both directions. And then one more sweep when you get down to the wrist, from the wrist to the shoulder. Around the shoulder. And then up. Relifting the arm. Traveling to the other side, undraping the right arm. Collecting a scoop of Udvartana paste. Squishing it between your two hands. Placing both hands on your client, right hand on your client's left hand on your client's forearm. And slowly sweeping up towards the shoulder.
Bringing one hand back down to the wrist, sweeping up from the wrist to the shoulder, hand over hand. Making sure that both sides of the arm are covered, underside as well, side that's facing upward. Hand over hand from the elbow to the shoulder 3 times. Around the shoulder 3 times. Down to the wrist, wrist to elbow 3 times. Around the wrist itself 3 times. Angling your hips towards the table. Moving from the periphery, the lateral aspect towards the medial aspect. All the way up the arm towards the shoulder. Back down towards the wrist. And then up towards the shoulder. Down to the hand, and then sweeping from the wrist all the way up to the shoulder. And then finishing with a terminal clearance off the hand. Asking your client if it's okay with them to massage their belly today. So, finding a hand towel. Your client is female, protecting her modesty. Asking her to hold the towel, positioning it over her breast. And then very softly sliding the blankets and sheets out of the way so that her belly is exposed. Collecting a scoop of Udvartana paste. Rubbing your hands together over the table. And lowering your hands very slowly to your client's belly. Depending on how much room you have, you may only have room for one hand, not both. Just tuning in to kind of feel the person's rhythm at their belly. This is a very, very delicate place. You want to be soft and gentle here and completely attuned. So
moving your hands in the direction of peristalsis. So if you're looking at the navel, that's clockwise. Looking at the navel from the feet. So very slowly beginning to make clockwise circles on the belly. Superficial. This is a very light but superficial massage, and not that it's not meaningful, that the lymph is superficial in the body. From whatever side you're standing on, bring one of your hands to the side of your practice partner's body and bring it from the lateral aspect of the rib cage towards the center. Hand over hand, working from the top of the rib cage to the hip and back up. Going slow, moving from the periphery to the center. Dragging your hands across your client's body. If you need to re-up on Udvartana face, now's the time. Walking to the other side. Reaching across your client's body to their side body. And dragging your hands towards you. Slow. Placing your hands over your client's navel. Allowing your hands to slowly float up. Covering them, but not completely covering the chest, because that's where we're going next. Covering the breasts. Save yourself from undraping. Removing the breast towel, because we're going to set that aside to use later. Scooping up some Udvartana paste. Standing at the head of the table, at your client's head, rubbing your hands together, placing one hand, your left hand, on the left side of your client's chest, and your right hand on the right side of your client's chest. You're going to move towards the center. So your left hand moves from the left shoulder towards the sternum. The right hand moves from the right shoulder towards the sternum. Slow and soft. Being mindful of pressure here. Swooping back and forth across the chest. And then, as a way of saying goodbye to this area, bringing your fingers underneath the traps
just behind the neck. Redraping. So dipping your hands into the hot water of the warmer. To wash them off, we're going to do just a tiny bit of work on the head, neck, and face. Being careful not to get water in either your own Udvartana paste or anyone else's. Yeah, go for it. You may want to dry your hands on the towel that you use to cover the breath. We're going to press a couple marma, the third eye marma, ajna, kapala, the marma at the hairline, brahmarandra, 4 fingers behind kapala, adipati, behind brahmarandra, and shivarandra, just 2 fingers behind adipati.
Oh, I don't want any of this in my hands.
No, not yet. Damn. So thumb over thumb on ajna marma. Thumb over thumb on kapala. Moving back to brahmarandra. Adipati. And shivarandra. Tucking your first 2 fingers, your index and your middle finger, underneath the base of the occiput, and scooping your hands inward to support the head, while these 2 fingers just gently press the base of the occiput. Moving the thumbs to the earlobes, gently pulling the earlobes downward. The hands coming to just in front of the ears and creating circles right at the TMJ. Light, soft pressure. So this is moving the lymph in the face. Fingers and thumbs on either side of the jaw. So thumbs on the chin, fingers tucked just underneath the chin, sweeping back towards the ears. 3 times. Ever so gently assisting your client to turn their head to the left, tucking the thumb right behind the sternocleidomastoid muscle, sweeping down from the ear towards the clavicle, light pressure, slow pace.
3 times. Putting the head in the opposite direction. From the ear to the clavicle, along the sternocleidomastoid, and moving back towards the trapezius. 3 times. Create 3 distinct lines from the SCM to the trapezius. Bringing your client's head back to center. The fingers on Shankamana at the temples. Thumb on Brahmarandra. And release. Taking the towel that you have. Going over to the warmer, the sink, the shower, wherever you would like to get some warm water for your towel. You can also use the warmer. You're going to create a mitt for your hand. You put your hand in the center of your towel. And you scoop the tail of the towel around your arm. And hold it like that. You're going to undrape the left leg to begin with. And sweep upward lightly. You're going to unwrap your towel and sweep downward. And then you're going to get whatever little nooks and crannies around the knees, up by the thigh, the ankles, the feet. You're going to set the wet towel aside and have your dry towel and follow that same procedure. So create a mitt for yourself. Sweep up your client's leg. Unwrap the towel. And get whatever little nooks and crannies you need to get. Don't be afraid to get between those toes. And repeat. Doing the legs first, then the arms, the belly, covering the breasts with the dry towel, and then the chest and neck.
Same thing. So repeat. You may want to rinse out your towel. I encourage you to rinse your towel. Yes. So Angela just said this is where a hot towel cabinet comes in handy. Agree more.
Now, if you had a shower, maybe you do
Absolutely. Yeah, I would certainly, if we weren't a class of 18, I would just have everyone shower. Yeah, absolutely. So you can do towels if you don't have a shower, but if you have a shower, certainly use it.
Because I do body treatments. So because the scrub is all over, so we do scrubs at a not last place. There's a way to treat the table that would help some of the scrub staying on the table. So I don't do that.
So to hear that, yeah.
If you've totally done all the stuff. Sure. Yeah.
It's just I have an OCD thing about things without me.
Yeah.
Just like but I'm sitting here.
Thank you.
I'm gonna go shake it. Shake this sheet.
After you've toweled your client off, create some sort of ritual moment to close the session. Whether it's Jnana Mudra to the second and sixth chakra, whatever it happens to be. Close your client's aura. Thank all the guides for being here today. Henry? Hey.
Yeah. And if we want, you have a towel, right? Can you towel on your desk? Yes. Okay. We did dust off anymore. Yeah.
Never done it with flour before. We only done it with salt and sugar. Yeah. And I know that there's some sugar in it.
Yeah.
So, does it change the texture?
You can see someone else's that has.
Because that was what
Fire. Oh.
Oh, shoot. Yeah, because mine turned into like bombs. Like bombs, which was
Yeah. Interesting. Great. That's a chair that I've had for a long time.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I was just talking about things that's on Friday. Oh my God, I saw them. You know what my favorite cereal is?
Thank you, good. It's nice.
So you're going to carefully help your client up off the table if they need assistance. If not,
You know what? I had a pillowcase.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. Yeah.
change the table. If you want to shake out the bottom sheet outside, you're welcome to do that. Not for you. It's okay. It's good to know. Good information.
Is it easier for you because you have so many clothes on? Is it easier for you to change in the bathroom and put the sheet on? Sometimes that's all you can process.
Yeah.
Yeah, there. Right there under the chopstick.
Vinny? Hopefully Vinny. Colleen? Colleen back.
Oh, no. Sheet drag.
There you go. So you-
Isn't today the 12th?
Yeah. You gotta flip through to find our week or. Have it there? There you go.
Yes.
See it.
Molly, you want me to initial? Do you want me to initial you?
Sure.
All right. If I have your verbal permission, it's not a forgery, according to Rhode Island State with any medical document. Yeah, how's that for pulling it out of the air?
I used to my dad's credit card before he was credit card. And he asked me, I said my name. If I said your name, that's forgery.
I always understood as long as you have the person's permission.
So always say if they're like, hey, you know, it's a credit card. Sign for it. Therefore, I'm not forgery. I gave him a credit card. He gave me permission to use a credit card. I signed my name.
Would you do the back?
Right.
So say, think about credit cards. That's not my personal name.
Because I don't have a sheet.
Because if it's that, you don't sign your own name.
I'm liable by sign.
We'll do the back side of the leg.
That really is a little different.
Yeah. As far as I understood, as long as you have the person's permission. Not my clients.
Yep. Do their back. And then have them lie down. Do the rest of the body. And then we go to take the smoke off.
You got to concern yourself.
Have them sit back up.
If that's out.
One time you get it off.
I wrapped the hand in it, one hand in it. There you go.
Roll it down.
Awesome.
Oh, it's the book.
You're assisting me.
Down, other side down, this sheet. They can check out outside. They're not laying on the sheet, which sometimes can just be. Of course. Yeah. I know there's energy and stuff. Or we're still be mindful of that even doing that. No, it's hot. Right. Oh, it's just a matter of time. Yeah. Containing salt a little bit. So that things still need to vacuum.
It's purple color.
It's not as.
Yeah.
Do I look at it? Yeah. No, I don't.
I will tell how different this we'll see we'll see that when you do this okay, you hand massage student and everyone look at you and see you. If the student will get more and understand and will see we that. And we look at you because it's first time we do that.
I turned it up, but is it?
I see that.
Oh yeah.
First.
That's why I turned it up.
It's
just easy,
Yeah, sometimes you match each one, right? And full.
Yeah.
And you count and tell and have a. Sometimes we don't know full step, and because sometimes we figure it out and we try, but we don't get full step. And yes, you wanna really
what you can do, like
we start at how to do that.
and then
Ayurvedic better for both. Yeah. Partners to receive and have it be alongside them rather than really so I just made it's not strong, it's not a push. What's important is that you get the herbal and the tea. So my brother's goat has a baby. Look at that one with the little jacket on.
I think about our store, like we had Saturday and Sunday.
Like all my brothers
like
said,
Saturday.
My other brother had it.
You have a look hurt. You don't see tomorrow someone forgot. I can remember that. And Sunday only we come in study. Someone write down and she will tell how to do it. For me, it's very hard. Like we show how to cooking, you know. Okay, teacher cooking. Okay, and we do like them. We look around, rate them. It's
and this guy coming out styling.
It's that thing that we never done before. You know, it's quite hard to get it, understand what is there. If we know like a cooking, okay, so like everyone how to do. You don't need to explain.
Mom?
America, I never know about it before or something. I didn't pray, but just give you more super quality for people to study. You do that everyone. It's absolutely
I'll be able to have a better response for you wanting to restrain condition. You're welcome. Definitely checking that out.
All right, so in 5 minutes, I would like everyone to be ready to either give or receive. In 5 minutes, I'd like the partner who's receiving to be on the table and the partner who's giving to have their paste ready. Yes. Oh no, I was going to do it warmer. Take a break. Okay.
I was wondering. It was definitely I probably heard to it again. Felt really good. So it was like, so then she came up to my actually shirt, like, I got it. Ruby gave it to me.
How you feeling now?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes, that was also designated for. That one is. I'm gonna. I got it.
Well, I had a thought. It's more like a revelation.
It's down there, like bring it home.
That I see.
What is it here for? How long will these be for? Like if I take some home in my little water in it? Yeah.
Which means
Yeah, I want to see.
Yeah, but it's
I have my coffee glass.
Yeah, is this actually?
Do we need water in here? Oh, you are, okay.
So, your base, if you have a way to take it home. So I can empty some of the herb jars.
Yeah, I actually got pirates out of it.
Yeah, when I saw that, I was like,
And it's your
so people who have just received, you're welcome to take your Udvartana paste home. You can use it as a shower scrub. You can use it outside of the shower. I certainly recommend doing it near the shower. There's a lot.
This one?
Yeah, that is mine. I took it home. I just didn't want to take it over. No worries. Yes.
I don't know from the savers.
What did they have? Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, that's fine.
Pulling it down.
You know what? I didn't bring them. I want it. I don't have it.
Want to jump in the shower?
Yeah.
And dry off the wheel?
Yeah, that's right. Dry off the smoke.
Sturdy, hardy.
I can use paper towels.
Okay, so givers. Do you have your Udvartana paste ready? That means your salt, chickpea flour, sugar, and oil should be mixed into the herbal paste that you made earlier. Yeah? All right. Standing at the foot of your table. If you'd like to come show me the texture of your paste, if you have some questions about it, you're welcome
Oh, that's good. I got
Okay, we're starting.
We're not adding oil.
It's good. There's only not much there, but I think it'll be okay. Does anyone have questions about the texture of their Udvartana paste? little one.
There's probably no towel on there. But something.
Connecting with your client.
Yeah, that's true.
Hands on ankles. Udvartana stays handy. You may want to chant Hari Om, whatever it is that you would like. Both clear yourself and connect with your client. And draping the left leg. Yeah. So undraping your client's left leg. Hold on a second. Yeah, just wait 1 second and I'm going to get through this. Taking a scoop of Udvartana paste in your hand. So you guys are going to wait. I'm going to I'm just giving scoop of Udvartana paste in your hands. Both hands rubbed together, hands cupping the ankle. Sweep from the ankle to the knee. If you need more paste once you arrive at the knee, please do get it. Otherwise, move from the knee to the inguinal region of the thigh. Do that. Okay. Excellent. Sweeping slowly and softly. I think you need a little bit more pace. Oh, I'm sorry, I was not confused. I think I was. And going a little bit slower with less pressure. So sweeping from ankle to thigh at least 3 times. As many as 6 or 9. Going slow. The next time you come to the knee, move from the knee to the thigh, hand over hand. This is not a massage. So less pressure, go slow. Circling the knee. The choo-choo train, one hand on the lateral side of the knee, one hand on the medial side. Making circles around the joint. Moving down towards the ankle and side by side, moving from the periphery, the medial aspect, you're moving from the lateral part of the leg in towards the middle. You're scooping around the leg. Less pressure. Slower. Sweeping around the ankles. If you haven't done some circles around the ankles. Circles around the ankles. If you're going to do it together, see if you can coordinate your actions. So move the exact same way as the other person. Same. Sweeping up the leg from the ankle to the inguinal region of the thigh. You're not massaging the herbs deep into the muscles. You're just massaging the herbs into the skin. Imagine you're only massaging it in like a quarter of an inch. Sweep
You
up
want
the
to skip
leg.
the feet?
I can if you want.
Okay,
And
that's
then
great.
back down, giving the feet a terminal clearance. And redrape the leg. Repeat on the other side. So you undrape your client's right leg. Press these ones once. So I think this you can just go ahead and start. So you're on your own for this leg. I'm going to be visiting you individually. But what's important is that you get the pace everywhere, that you move slowly, superficially, and mindfully. You have a
I'm just thinking like when soft ones, but
oh my goodness, I like getting better too. Do you have any questions? Thoughts or things you want to? I'm going to leave it. I do have. I'm not trying to. Yeah. So transitioning to your client's right arm. You're going to finish up on the right leg, move up to the right arm. So you're moving in a circular movement around the body. So that makes sense? Clockwise? Yeah. So transitioning to the other arm. So moving to the left arm, if you haven't already. Yeah. So is this your leg? Just being yes.
Well, it's a state of mind before. Yeah. Well, it's not. I guess it's but I mean, I'm a little more.
Yeah. Yes.
Really.
If you haven't transitioned to the abdomen, please do. Oh wait, have we done the belly already? No. Okay.
No, I know.
You can flip Misha over if you would like. Yes. How does it feel? To me, it feels good, but I'm also and how did it feel for you? Oh, it feels good. Yeah. And the thing is, I didn't realize that I was going so fast. It was so slow. Then it looks like you're doing that out of the depth. And bring to the side of the body and make them periphery.
Yeah. She was born to be in this class.
Yeah. How's that feeling, Laura? When did you get into giving us working for you? I think I'm gonna cue everyone to start acting up now.
Oh, my maternity.
Nope.
So just do some mama points on the face and head and base it. So finding a way to incorporate the head and neck into your treatment, you may want to wash your hands before touching the head and neck, or just give them a quick rinse. So one option is to do the marma points, Ajna, Kapala, Brahmarandra, Adipati, and Shivarandra. And then at the base of the occiput. But finding a way to complete the treatment. Incorporating the head as part of the treatment. Making it feel like a full body treatment. Giving yourself about 2 minutes to finish that. And then moving on to the towel. And I will show you all how to do that in about 2 minutes. Finding your 2 hand towels. One will be your dry towel and one will be your wet towel. Taking your wet towel to a sink and getting it wet with some warm hot water.
Oh, that's right. But thank you. That was really great.
So your hot towel, your hot and wet towel, is going to be wrapped around like this. You're going to create a mitt. The hot towel. The hot wet towel.
Oh, this puts you in another world.
You're going to start with the leg that you started massaging, your client's left leg.
Yeah, right.
So wiping down your client's left leg. With the mitt first, then opening the towel when you get to the top of the leg. You get all the nooks and crannies. You okay? I just breathed in a bunch of herb. Oh, whoa. So opening up the towel. And then once you've got most of the herbal paste off,
getting the dry towel and going over the leg. You'll work your way clockwise around the body, moving to the next leg, both arms, and then the chest and belly. Remembering to make sure the breasts are covered if you're working with a female partner. So being expedient, it's part of the treatment, but being mindful of getting it done. Rinsing out your towel as often as needed, but certainly between limbs. Yeah. Yeah, we have so much more space now, but wow, there's not much. Being thorough with your cleanup. Conscientious.
Are you taking the rest of your scrub home? Oh.
It's gonna be the half batch.
Oh.
Everyone else had a little bit more.
What you do is you tie it around the neck. The one you want.
Yeah.
Everybody else.
It's like,
Yeah.
so you tie these pieces around your neck, and then it's right to the back. Like this.
I wouldn't use salt on the face. But we'll talk about face next weekend. So we'll do that next weekend. We'll talk about stuff you put on the face. Salt, not so much.
Beautiful glow like you.
Oh, thank you. I'm 22.
Guess all that.
That's cool. Yeah.
Yes.
No. Well, see, I would never get that. I get that. My dear. Okay, thanks. Mm-hmm. Like you went on vacation.
Yeah.
Shower is not. Home is not our right home.
Yeah, I got a shower.
Well, we have to shower. I don't know how different shower. Feelings are different. Yeah, because we have a shower gel.
Yeah.
So that felt so good.
Thank you.
Close the door. Right?
So it's
like
yes, I do.
Kimberly?
Yes.
So we don't use lemon with body scrub.
You can.
It's on foot first, like a
You can. Yeah, absolutely. I just chose not to today.
That's why
I will check here.
Yeah, no, I thought we would. Bring it in a little bit.
I guess that massage may be a little goofy. Oh my God. Yeah, you know what? It can drive. Well, thank God I just looked on the street.
Yeah, same.
Does anyone know where the Clorox wipes are?
It might be in the bathroom. Like the big bathroom, like in that closet.
What do you need it for? Oh, dig it. Yeah. You can find it here. What is it?
Cap to the olive oil. May roll over. Yeah. Smell roses. Yeah. Oh.
So if you're finished, either giving or receiving, please contribute to the efforts at tidying the space. We'll be meeting once everyone is finished for some questions, closing circle. Sorry.
Oh, it's not. We'll find out in a few minutes.
So make it your goal to be in the circle, seated in 6 minutes. Once you clear the space, you might find it.
It's there.
The flash tables need to be wiped down.
Oh yeah.
Do you want some? Do you want back here?
Well, oh, you don't want it? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. What did you end up doing?
Tweaking that I told you.
Yeah.
No, I just need to top and ginger. Or yeah, but it's the same with the sandals. If I can find it in class.
In jojoba oil.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. It's in my bag, which is right here.
Is there any alcohol?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I hope so.
Is that what is that?
I'm not sure.
Except for the massage, is like.
I
Yes, my love. You see the sweet.
I was looking for.
Laura.
Oh, also.
Everybody.
the tables. Okay, I'm just gonna spray all the tables. The tables have been sprayed.
Thank you.
Carving up noses. For you.
We'll all email at the end.
How you feel, Mari? Would you sleep?
What, when I was receiving her? No, I didn't actually. That's a first.
This was
First time I didn't fall asleep in school. I was like,
I loved it. I thought it was great.
I know. I'm just an odd thing.
I just like being scratched.
Yeah, because you like the opposite of stuff that I. Yeah.
Oh, this is your thing, right?
I'm gonna just.
the first to be
Do they
shocking.
utilize the rooms for the night classes yet?
Are we supposed to close it? I don't know. I don't see this is good. We have to close it.
Probably.
That'll be it.
Do you guys utilize the rooms for the night classes?
Yeah, we do.
Are you?
Do you utilize your science?
Yeah. I'm feeling my blankets. Yeah, I always do.
That one we've never used. There's only 4 of us, so we only use
Oh, that's right.
So it's even bigger than just standing in the way.
Is it a spray for the table or a wipe?
Yeah, there was. I think we could keep blood.
Ayah, ano okay?
Okay, thank you, Dad.
Hawakan mo na that.
Just gonna pause.
I do.
Yeah, you too. Okay.
Does the sequence have to be specific other than towards the heart?
So meaning like legs, arms.
Yes. So I could do
Put your arms first.
kind of like what I had talked to you
Yeah.
about, doing the back and then having them lie down, do the
Absolutely. So Angela asked about doing the sequence differently and starting with the back.
Because I do body treatments already and I do them without a wet room, I have a way of doing my salt glows to try to contain the salt onto one sheet. So I wanted to make sure if I did it the way I'm used to doing my salt glows, if that would affect how we did this. So because what I do with my salt glows, yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yep.
I'm wondering if you could write out the process.
Okay.
Would you do that?
Yes.
And email it to Laura, who'll email it to the group?
Yeah.
Awesome.
So
Because Angela has a great way of containing the mess.
I mean, it still makes a mess, but it's not as messy.
Mm-hmm.
And another thing I wanted to ask was, when I remove salt, I usually do a dry towel to knock most of the salt off, then do the wet towel.
Do you use the salt with oil?
Yes. So I just didn't know if that had any bearing either, because I'll knock all the salt off and then use the hot towel as that extra bonus. So just didn't know if that made a difference or anything. There was something specific to doing things a certain way.
I tried it like that, and I found like I still have to do it.
No, you still have to use the hot
but it might feel
towel,
better.
but it gets a lot of the salt off versus I've done it both ways. I've done it wet, then dry, then wet. And I find for me, it works better to do a dry towel than the wet towel and then a dry towel again.
I don't have a reason for doing it wet towel then dry towel other than the dry towel last just feels better in terms of being dry.
Right. No, I do a dry, wet, dry is what I do. So that I just, So I just wanted to make sure things don't, because sometimes things matter energetically and for different reasons, and I just want to make sure it wasn't compromising something like that.
No, and I mean, this is an Americanized version of Ayurveda. And this is why it's good to watch the videos of Ayurvedic body treatments from India. They just have you on a table. You're on a wooden table and you get sprayed off. Yeah.
Kind of like a Vichy shower.
Yeah. So, I mean, there's no worry about sheets. There's no worry about towels. you're also completely naked.
I was just gonna ask. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, and there's oil everywhere. So we've Americanized it on a lot of levels. The modesty part, the draping, you know, and then because you've got all these towels and sheets and blankets and stuff, you can't just spray someone down. So you have to adapt by using towels. And however you use the towels, I think is fine. This is now the Americanized version, so it's a free-for-all. You can do whatever you want with towels. So, yeah, or you can just walk someone right into the shower. You're still going to get salt and herbs and chickpea flour everywhere. But if you have a shower in your office, that's a really great option.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for all of your wisdom and input. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
How long does it take you to do that sequence?
So I was shooting for about a 45-minute treatment. I can do the whole body in 45 minutes.
Including the back?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, back and front. I'm sorry. I didn't clarify that. Yes, I can do the back and the front of the body in 45 minutes. I could do it in 15, you know, like depending on how much time you want to spend. But yeah, it's a really great add-on to something else. So keeping it to half an hour, 45 minutes is good. And if you do a dry Udvartana, know that you can do that as a postscript to an abhyanga, to something very, very oily, and it will help to absorb the excess oil. So the oil that hasn't been absorbed into the body, it's perfect to do a dry. Again, you want to do slow. You may want to do a little bit more pressure. Ultimately, you want to communicate with your client and know your client and what your client needs and wants. Like one of your colleagues today was having a total aversion to the roughness of the treatment. But maybe because it was too fast, maybe because it was too deep. Another one of your colleagues wanted it deeper, liked the roughness. So it's very personal. It's very in the moment too, like how a person's going to respond. So there are times when, you know, the same client might like that kind of deeper scraping sort of feeling, and you know, 3 weeks later, a month later, a year later, might be totally aggravated by it. So that's why it's important to attune to your client, be able to read their body language, and to know them really well, and communicate. Like, there is nothing wrong with asking. If you can ask in a really non-judgmental, clear, mindful way, like, how does this feel? Would it feel better if it was faster or slower, deeper, lighter? So just keep communicating, keep listening, keep asking questions. I think we have time for like a question, possibly. Anyone? No? Okay. So next weekend is facial marma. I'm really excited about it. It's gonna be a lot of fun. More to it. I hope you're all there. We'll talk more about the face, the in the face. We're gonna do some masks. You don't necessarily want to put salt in the face. It can be very, very aggravating for pitta. But I will show you some masks that are awesome. You'll really, really like them. Yeah. So let's close with the sound of Om, and then we'll all contribute to cleanup.
I have a question. Today we show only in the supreme one, the cylinder, right? We didn't show that.
No, I just didn't feel like we had time.
See. So normally we do on the front first, on the supreme, and then we turn over, do on the back.
So Angela is going to write out a sequence where the back is done seated,
and the backs of the legs are done from the front. But yes, you could start either supine or prone. I would say probably prone if you're going to do the back, and then turn the person over and do supine if you're going to be flipping the person.
Well, actually, I have worked in spa in Thailand. We should do start on the black.
Yeah.
So because it's common saying the black is very the large area that we do that, and then we turn because when we turn the leg, it's easy to go to shower.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Absolutely. The course is hour. The course is hour. Mm-hmm. Some place is 30 minutes. Hour doesn't include shower.
You do the back first.
And next weekend we have a day of collection. We have a stone collection.
So we're gonna do stone collection. I haven't quite figured out now that it's daylight savings time. We might be able to do stone collection on Saturday night.
Mm-hmm.
So I haven't quite. It'll depend on the weather, and we'll talk about it.
Yeah.
We'll talk about it first thing on Saturday to figure out when we're gonna collect, either Saturday night or Sunday morning before.
And do you have a location for that?
It would either be Statuesque, Second Beach, or Ledge Road.
Right.
Karen said you all really liked Ledge Road.
Yeah, it was nice.
Okay. So we will also determine that on Saturday morning.
Okay.
Okay.
And the class will be here.
The class will be here Saturday morning or Saturday at noon. We will meet here next weekend, and we will be here until at least 5 o'clock. We may leave early to go to the beach, but we will determine that on Saturday at noon.
I have a question. Actually, we should let client shower before scrubbing or without shower. This one is good, better.
Not showering.
Not showering.
So Udvartana is for cleaning the skin. It is a skin cleansing process. So any cleansing that's happening before that, then the skin may get aggravated.
Yeah.
So they shouldn't shower before they come in. And one of the really great things that you can do, you saw the little jars that I had the herbs in. It's a 2-cup jar. You can make your herbs in the bottom and then add the salt and oil. So it all fits in one 2-cup jar. And that's enough for a full body treatment. And then if there's any left over, they can take it home. You can screw the lid on. You can also make them as either gifts, giveaways, or to sell in your office. So the body scrubs are really, really popular.
That is salt, oil, and the scrubbing stuff should to be 1-1-1.
No, so
I didn't come with
the proportions are going to vary. You could use about a cup of the carrier, which I call the carrier. It's the salt, the sugar, or flour. So about a cup of that as your carrier. And then the herbs, you want to use about a heaping teaspoon, so 2 teaspoons of at least 3 different kinds of herbs. You can add more depending on the person's constitution. You may want to add more depending on their health and what you're trying to do with the herbs. And then oil enough to wet it. So you don't want it to be, you can watch it settle. You don't want it to be half carrier and herbs and half oil. You want it to be somewhere in between. So that it's wet and like, especially a Vata person is feeling the oil on their skin and it's going in and it's moisturizing their skin. Their skin can absorb it and then take in the beautiful herbs with it. But you don't want it to be super duper, like it's just oil with a little bit of herbs and carrier. So, but depending on the client, you might want that. So, and then you also, if you're doing it dry, same proportion, about a cup of carrier, flour most likely if you're doing it dry, and 3 heaping teaspoons of herbs. And when you let the herbs soak in the oil first, the oil takes on the qualities of the herb. It becomes an herbalized oil rather than just herbs and oil. So it becomes more penetrating. Or you can buy oils that are already herbalized. You can buy sandalwood oil, you can buy Mahanarayan oil, you can buy Mahudarshan oil.
So we should to mix salt or sugar with herb first and then put the oil after that.
So just the way we did it today. So you're gonna mix the herbs with the oil, and a small amount of oil. It doesn't need to be a large amount of oil. And then when you're ready for the treatment, you want warm oil and your carrier. You put your carrier into the herbs first and then your oil. Oh, I'm sorry, I got that backwards. You're gonna put your oil into the herbs first and then your carrier. So that the herbs and oil are completely mixed together, and then the carrier of salt or chickpeas up. Okay, so I'm gonna close here so that we can all clean up and get home. All right, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. We're gonna close with the sound of Om. And
Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Yes, that's very true. So I will be back. Don't be
no, sorry. Turn my head back. I thought we were done. Yeah.